Hello, friends. Welcome back. How is everyone doing? Did you catch our surprise stream yesterday? Who was there with us? Hello, Kimmers. Yeah, happy Friday. Holy smokes. This week went by so fast. Hi to Cookie. I hope you're doing good. Yeah, everyone's excited for this menu. Me too. Me too. We haven't made these things in a long time. I don't even think I've made Saltimbocca before. Welcome into Heather. Yeah, so far so good for the Friday. Ooh, Cookie's weather. Yeah, it's cooling off, hey? And hey, Daff, you think you're gonna mess up banana bread? Have way more faith in yourself. If you can cook stuff on a big green egg, you can make banana bread. That's going on a shirt. Hello, Dave. How's it going? Nessie, so good to see you. Vyun made ramen today, tonkatsu, and you vlogged it. I cannot wait to see this. I'm so excited. And also very proud of you, Vyun. Good one. How did it turn out, too? It's still on the stove? Ah, sweet. Yeah, I'm barbecuing, so of course it rains. Sammy's got 8 racks of ribs on the big green egg at his work right now. Cooking right along. Oh, snap. Dave says the date has been pushed forward for the twins. Next Friday morning, you're gonna have some babies in your life. Babies. Hello, Clemmy. I am having a good day. How are you doing? The chashu though, Vyun? I'm using every ounce of my will not to eat it. Did you even make it? You even made the chashu? What? Hello, Bonk. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever everyone is in the world. You made the chashu and the eggs too. I mean, I'm proud of you, Vyun, but I know that Graham will also be very proud of you. Oh man, your wife is gone for a week, so now you get to experiment. So awesome, Vyun. So awesome. Yeah, catching up from yesterday's stream. That was so much fun doing our little IRL adventure, walking around. Felt so good to soak up the sun and honestly just get out of the house, meet some new people, experience some new spots. Was awesome. So thanks to everyone who came and hang out with us yesterday. Vyun even bought us some cheese to try today. We'll try the cheese a little bit later when we're eating our luncharoo together. How about that? This store was so awesome. We'll definitely go back. Like, that young lady was so amazing. Hey, Kimmers? Really good experience. And yeah, other than that, I have to ask, did anyone else have a weird sleep last night? Sammy and I both had a weird sleep last night. We were like tossing around. We're up at 4 a.m. and like couldn't fall back asleep. And then I asked my brother too, and he said he was tossing. Just weird vibes going around the world or what? Last time you made Saltimbocca, you used fresh sage and wow. Yeah, that's what we're using today, Daff. It's gonna be so good. Bonk, good IRL stream. Now you can stay home, cook some food, recharge the social batteries. Isn't that right? Yeah, I have to say, I do feel a little bit tired after yesterday. Recharge those introvert batteries. You slept 6 hours because your wife is noisy? Oh, shnikey. Sorry to hear that, Daff. And yeah, still working on some rando coffee. It's just me and Astra. I know you can't see her, but she's all curled up in her chair right there, keeping us company. Sammy's at work. My brother is going to get some stuff for the new heater for the shop, some venting to put that up. We're holding it down. Went to bed at 10:40. We're asleep at 10:39. Was asleep at 10:40. Woke up at 7:30. Whoa, Vyun had an amazing sleep then. Yeah, so Vyun and Nessie stole all of our good sleeps, and that's okay. That's fine. Hi, Farby. How are you doing? Okay, so we have quite a bit of stuff to cook today. Let's go over the menu now that we are caught up from our week. So Veal Saltimbocca, and can we also say this stream is for you, Vyun? Thank you for saving up all your pots and pans points, just watching the stream. Doesn't cost you anything. And now I get to learn how to make something new today. I don't even know if I've ever eaten this before. So it's an Italian veal dish. We'll go over how we prepare it and cook it when we get closer to that time. We're making some fresh egg pasta today by hand. I am a little bit worried about the rolling process with the pasta. I guess I'll just attach it to my big wooden cutting board here, is I don't love to like stab the pasta roller machine into the wood, but I don't really have a choice anymore since we don't have a proper cupboard, let's say, to attach the roller machine onto. And then because the veal saltimbocca is like quite a special dish on its own, we decided to keep the pasta very simple. So we're just going to serve it Cacio e Pepe style, which is literally just cheese and pepper, a little bit of butter, and some crispy sage to complement the saltimbocca as well. And then it was Sam's dad's birthday on Wednesday earlier this week. They sent us, in Sam's birthday package, they sent us a brand new bottle of Kirsch. So we're gonna use that today to make a wonderful Black Forest cake from Sam's mom's recipe, straight from Germany. It's gonna be really good. So yeah, chocolate cake, cherries with liqueur, whipped cream layers, chocolate cake, cherries, and whipped cream. What could be bad about that? So yeah, a couple of recipes linked for today. The saltimbocca as well as how we're gonna finish the pasta. But other than that, my pasta recipe that I'm gonna be using, Real Magic Cookie has typed it up for us before, so I just searched in our Discord and pulled that up for myself because I don't know where that little piece of paper I used to have went. So thank you, Cookie, for your service. So search that up. Kate's Fresh Pasta, and then same with the cake recipe is a photo in the recipe section in Discord. And it was so funny, Vune. Sam's mom sends me the photo of the finished cake, and she's like, this is how it should look when it's done. And she's like, I'll let you know if you do anything wrong. I'm like, I know you will. Mr. Fabrizio, how are you doing? Yeah, no pressure there. This is how it should look. It's like, oh God. She knows though. Like I said, we've made it before. It's been a couple years since we've made it, so I might need a little bit of help just translating some things in the recipe. Okay, let's kind of organize our day and see what we gotta get rolling first. My favorite! This is like such an awesome little Friday routine now. Mrs. Ruby Raid with a party of 53. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. We are just getting started writing out our prep list of all the deliciousness that we're cooking today. How is your stream? And hi, Scooter. Oh, what? Thanks, Vune. You translated the whole recipe already? Thank you. I appreciate that. What did Mrs. Ruby get up to on stream today? And how was everyone's Friday? Okay, Vune translated. Go. Sweet. So dough, 6 eggs, sugar, warm water, flour. Wait, starch? What do we think that is? Cornstarch? And then the cherries. Okay, it's for sure cornstarch. And I do have the whipped cream helper. I even picked that up from the German store this week. I've picked a great time to stream, Mrs. Ruby says. You're always here as I end, and I think, oh, I love Kate. Let's go here. Thanks, Katie. I am honored. I love that you think that. Thank you so much for bringing your crew over. Yeah, I know you always got to go grab the kids, okay? Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Say hi to Louise and give all the kids a hug for us. Thanks for sharing your community with us. We'll try and teach them something today. Mondamin is cornstarch. Okay. I don't know if I have any more. I'll have to go check. I'll have to go check in the dry storage. You had to Google it, Vune, but I do have everything else. So this is the specialty, couple specialty things that we picked up this week for our Black Forest cake. I literally FaceTimed Sam's mom when we were in the store and was like, okay, what cherries do you use? And she just pointed this jar out and said, this is the one. So red sour pitted cherries in a light syrup so that they're not too sweet. So we got to strain some of that out. And this is actually a product of Hungary. Sounds good, Veal. We're just going over the stuff that we got to organize for ourselves today. So go film your vlog and look at the broth. And then the other thing is our stabilizer for the cream. And I think this is pretty helpful. Like, you can't find this in a North American store, but I have used it before when we made Black Forest cake together. And it does help like make the whipped cream more stable to hold up to the heavy cherries, the chocolate cake, etc. Otherwise, if your whipped cream is too soft, like all those layers will just like kind of squinch it down. So yeah, what is this? All it is dextrose cornstarch, tricalcium phosphate. It says add contents of pouch to 1 cup of cold whipping cream and beat until stiff peaks form. And I will also say, like, it doesn't flavor the whipped cream at all and make it taste weird, which I totally enjoy as well. So there's our kind of specialty things that we need. Yeah, you probably have never heard of it, but if you can find like a European distributor for certain things, this is awesome for whipped cream. Cool Whip. Chase, you never heard of it. The cornstarch does make sense though. Although at the same time, it kind of doesn't, Cookie, right? Because you're not cooking it. So is it going to have that starchy flavor? But like I said, it doesn't. Kind of magical. Whip it. Whip. Okay, so first things first. I think maybe we'll make the cake. Make the cake batter, get it baking in the Traeger, and then we'll come back inside and start mixing up our pasta dough and kneading it up by hand because that has to rest for a little bit before we roll it out. Hi, Most Post. How are you? And yeah, so I don't even recall if I've eaten Saltimbocca before, Chase. So I'm very excited to make this today. I'm also pumped that we were able to find veal, as we had to specifically get it from the Italian center. And I'm glad that I called the day that I did because she only had 2 small packages. Got her to put them aside for me. And she said, as far as veal goes, they don't order it. Is the company just brings in whatever they have. So sometimes they have loin, sometimes they don't. So we did luck out. Very happy. And I don't know the price point either. Sammy picked it up, so I'm excited to see how much it did cost. You've gotten the Whip It on Amazon before for the Americans. That makes sense, Scooter. And how do you feel about Whip It? Did you enjoy using it? So our Black Forest cake, couple components. I kind of want to say, as always with our cake streams, we'll probably decorate it today, but not cut into it. Otherwise, it's just going to make a mess and will ruin all the layers. So we'll get to like almost the final point today, maybe not even the chocolate shavings. We'll just get it all iced and then we'll let it sit in the fridge overnight. And it is always better if you do that, is like things just kind of come together better. It is not cheap there, Chase. Quick fact, tricalcium phosphate is an anti-caking agent. So funny we're using an anti-caking agent in the cake. Yes. Fabrizio, you have veal on the farm all the time. If you need anything, I don't know where you lived, I can send on dry ice for you. Wow. So I am in Alberta, in Canada. I wonder how difficult that would be to get that sent here, and even if it's possible or not. I wonder. Okay, so a couple components to our cake. The chocolate cake, which I said we'll make first, and I think we make it in the stand mixer too. Our cherry filling. So just checking on the recipe that Veal translated. So we're gonna mix some of the cherry juice from this jar with the starch and sugar and heat it up until it gets thick, until the cornstarch is activated. And then we add the cherries and let that cool. And then obviously our whipped cream and chocolate shavings for garnish. And so it says we have to bake the cake at 300 degrees Fahrenheit for 60 minutes. And it is a very spongy, light cake. I will say that. It's not like a really heavy and dense chocolate cake. It's quite enjoyable. Just looked it up. You're in New York. Oh, wow. We're almost at the like opposite sides of our continent there. Don't have restrictions there sending meats to Canada. Okay, well, I will let you know for sure next time, Mr. Fabrizio. Maybe we'll work something out. I've never worked with a lot of veal before, but it is super nice. And very special, I would say, right? Okay, next up, our pasta. So we're going to make the pasta, make the dough, let's say, and let it rest. Minimum 30 minutes. I would say it's usually better to let the pasta dough rest for an hour, as it just makes it so much easier to roll out once the gluten has relaxed a bit. Hello, Green Box Box. There she is, the cake recipe writer herself. How are you doing? Yeah, Chase, send me the veal and I'll make sure Kate gets it. Sure you were. And then obviously our Cacio e Pepe to finish the pasta. So just cheese, butter, pepper. And those fresh pasta noodles will cook up in like 2 minutes. I'm not exaggerating that small amount of time at all. Is once they float in the boiling water, it's good to go. So we really want to make sure that everything else is ready before we boil and finish the pasta. You must go to the supermarket, Bonk. I'll leave you on and muted. Thank you for the lurk. Good luck out there, Bonk. Stay safe. Hey, Rose. Hello from Bavaria. It's so good to see all of our German folk rolling in today. How's everyone doing? Okay. Pasta, that's that. And then our Saltimbocca. Let's look over the recipe together right now. Because like I said, I don't know if I've ever eaten this, nor made it before. So Saltimbocca alla Romagna, as its name suggests, is one of the classics of Roman cuisine, much like carbonara pasta. Just reading through what they're saying. Okay, so we need some sliced veal, nice thin slices of veal, sage, white wine, flour, prosciutto, butter, pepper, and oil. It says first we have to slice the veal and pound it thin, because we're starting with the full loin. And then from there, we fill it with a slice of prosciutto and a piece of sage. Oh, and they use like a little toothpick to keep the prosciutto and the sage in, is like they kind of weave it through the slice of veal. Interesting. I don't know if I have toothpicks, but I do have skewers. And then they say flour this slice of meat on the bottom side where you didn't stuff it. And then we start pan frying it until it gets golden brown. Then we add wine, let that cook out, and that is pretty much it. We finish the sauce with some butter. Yum! That sounds so good. Says it's a very quick second course to prepare, hence it is recommended to eat the Saltimbocca right away, avoiding long waiting times that could darken the meat and make it tough. Okay. Monday is a holiday, 3-day weekend. Exciting. The Germans will judge if it's a true Black Forest cake. You know it, Chase. I've already been told. Slice, pound, and then stuff, let's say. And flour. And I thought it was a more easy process, but there's a bit of prep for the Saltimbocca. Just it gets finished super quickly. Fry, wine, butter sauce. Okay. I think we got a good idea of what we have to do for today. Navi, oh, thank you for the follow and welcome in. Chocolate cake first, and away we go. Okay, first thing, I think I gotta still go find the cornstarch really quick. Put our list up here so we don't get lost at all. Vitus, one, you just watched and you're hungry? Just wait till we actually start cooking. And hi, 514. Good afternoon. How are you doing? Okay, so we need 6 eggs, sugar, water, flour, cornstarch, cocoa, baking powder. Interesting. So I'm gonna say we whip the eggs and sugar together. Add the water and then add all the dry ingredients and mix it together. Does that sound right, Marianne? Okay, you got a lurk right away, but you'll be back shortly. Thanks for the lurk. Because there's no mixing steps. I think we got that though. Okay, so eggs, flour. We'll set up our incarcer mixer too, right? This. Careful. That. We're shaking. Okay, come on in. Pop this little guy down there. So we're setting up our mixer with the whisk attachment, let's say. And maybe if you're using a KitchenAid, a paddle? A paddle might work better to make the cake batter. Boom. Okay, we got that. We got the sugar. Start mixing that. I'm just gonna go quickly run and see if there's some cornstarch. I'll be right back. Successful cornstarch finding. I may or may not have stolen some Mirandos. That's okay. Is this? I think this is a little splattered. Give me a sec. I can tell that camera is not as clear as it should. I'm just gonna do a quick little lens wipe. raid in Rando's pantry while he's gone. I don't think he's gonna complain because he still gets Black Forest cake. And welcome back, Bean. We're just doing this. Better. You feel cleaner now, chat? Okay, get on your chair, please. Get on your chair. Good girl. Okay, let's do this. Eggs and sugar and warm water first. Thank you, Marianne. We need 6 tablespoons of warm water. I'll just go fill up a little container and we'll measure out of that. And away we go. Hi, Titan, how are you doing? And yeah, it's good to see you, Scooter. You know it's getting cold out when the warm water takes forever. There we go. Crazy record requests? Whoa, I'm intrigued, Scoots. Okay, so 6 eggs. Let's get some sugars. Also get the compost bin over here for the eggshells. And these are extra large, so maybe we'll only do 5. It's gonna be a good meal today. And yeah, the sun is shining. I'm doing good, Titan. Had a bit of a funny sleep, but I feel like I'm still caught up. Excited to be cooking again today. Okay, so 240 grams of sugar. Gotta love that. Sugar by weight. Get the scale. And that's how you know you'll always be able to make the cake and have it turn out the exact same way every time when you do stuff by weight like that. Really? 4 inches of snow on Sunday and the cold weather, Scoots? The snow seemed to like have evaded us. It was threatening like last week, but yeah, so far it's still sunny. I'll take it. I know it's not gonna be long, that's for sure. Okay, 240 grams of sugar. We'll put that in first, and then I think we'll do the water. Yeah, snow. Yikes. Okay, so 6 tablespoons of water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know what's interesting about this recipe is there's not really any fat in it. There's like no oil or butter really. So we'll crack our eggs into a container one at a time, just to make sure we don't sneak any shells or bad eggs into the batter while we're making it. Yeah, typically, I don't want to jinx myself now, but typically where we're at is it snows on Halloween, or we have snow then. Knock on my wooden cutting board. 3. 4, 5. Start it up. Low speed, and then we can turn it up. Are we right above you, Scoots? Maybe? I thought we're right above Montana. Is where Edmonton is at. They're extra large. They're extra large eggs, so I didn't want to make it too eggy, so I did 5 instead. Don't even worry. How much do we whip this? Just until it's dissolved, maybe? Next up, 120 grams of flour, 100 grams of starch. No, lots? Okay. Make it creamy? Okay. Whip it good. UFO says, I don't even care. I got pizza. Pizza's delish. We have a state-ish in between. I like how you say ish. Yeah, don't watch too closely. You might get dizzy. Careful, Dave. What kind of pizza are you eating? Whip it good. Get the rest ready while this whips? Word. Thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna measure the dry stuff in a bowl. 120 grams of flour. She says, we ain't wasting any time here, Kate. 100 grams of cornstarch. Shawarma? Whoa. Okay, I see how it's already getting lighter and thicker. Nice. It's working! And so we add all the dry ingredients in together then? At the end? To see how this changes. There we go. Our cornstarch. Spoonful of that. 100 grams, actually. It's almost like equal cornstarch to flour, hey? That's probably what keeps it so light and spongy, though. And then we still need the cornstarch for later, so just leave the spoon with it. Whoa, look at how light this is. Lift in the rest. Okay, so I'll keep this going then. Eggs are whipping. Next one is some cocoa to make it chocolatey. The lurker in the background, can you see her face? What? What do you think? It's good. I don't know if she likes the mixer. All dry ingredients together. Okay. Cocoa. 20 grams of cocoa, 1.5 teaspoons of baking powder. And then kind of like as I spoon the cocoa, I mush up some of the lumps too, so we don't have lumpy cocoa. Holy! That's looking so good. 1.5 teaspoons of baking powder so that our cake can rise. Okay, look at that. So look at how thick that got, right? Compared to where we were starting with it. Does that look good, Marianne? Ramen broth is done. You need to put the final touches on it. Still whipped more? Should it be like kind of ribbon stage? Where it's like very thick? More, more, more. Okay, maybe while we're waiting on this to whip, I'm gonna go turn on the Traeger really quick to get it heating up for us. I'll be right back. Okay, oven is heating up. Holy, it's really going. That's almost making me dizzy. This is not even full whipping speed on this thing either. I feel like it's just gonna end up lifting up and like flying away one day. There we go. That looks better now. I think so. To me, that's like ribbon stage when you can drizzle and just see the lines staying in there. Okay, get on there. Get on there. That seems right. And then the other thing I didn't ask yet, Marianne, is what cake pan do we bake this in? Is it one springform pan or do we separate into a couple different ones? She says, yeah. So then we just drizzle this in. Make sure your mixer is turned all the way down to the speed, right? Because you don't want to turn this on and have it still at the high speed and it'll just go everywhere. So turn it back down. Springform 1. Okay. I will go grab my 10-inch one then. Wow. The same one that we used for the cheesecake last week. We will line that up and get it prepped for this. Like how that just like disappears in there. So now we just slowly mix this in. some of the dry stuff off. There we go. So we can definitely say this is like a sponge cake. The base of this Black Forest cake is a chocolate sponge cake. I might have to mix it a bit quicker. You can see how some of the lumps are coming out now. No! You can't just say no and not explain why. That looks pretty good. I think there's still some lumpers. We don't want to mix it too quick because then we will wreck and get rid of all of the air that we've been incorporating into this. Lift the rest with a spoon. Okay. I think this is looking good then. It looks pretty smooth. It's so light feeling. This is just like a bowl of air almost. You hope it goes good? I think it's going good. Just unplugging this. And then I'll also have to go grab the other clear mixing bowl that we have so that we can whip the cream. Sorry, this is really shaking. Have you made the Black Forest cake in the incarcerum before already? That. Get rid of some of our dirty dishes here. Maybe I'll even get rid of these beaters really quick. Not yet? This is gonna be the most hilarious, confusing stream for me. Okay, I'm just gonna go grab the cake pan. I'll be right back. Okay, yeah, she's saying she hasn't made it yet in the mixer. Thanks, Cookie. Okay, so first thing, also this is our 10-inch round spring form. I'm just gonna line the bottom. It's maybe seen some better days. So I just don't want it to stick and touch a couple of the rusty parts. Get all of this goodness off. The dog is sitting on the carpet so good. And she's having like little toots. Oh, okay. Because this is a sponge cake. That makes sense, Marianne. She says when we bake this in the Traeger, no peeking. Otherwise it's gonna fall. Ah, we just have to trust it then. So usually, you know how we peek sometimes halfway? We can't do that this time. Okay, so to line this, all we're gonna do is pop this open. That is a really good tip too. Thanks for sharing. Just open that up, and then we're gonna spread the parchment over and put it back in. So just enough to cover. Don't like wasting this stuff. And no dancing either. Yeah, don't disturb it. Get up there. Hey, get up there. Thank you. Pepper's like, what are we baking today, Auntie? This looks good. Nice and tight. And then we just trim off the rest. And I know cookies. So Sam and I, for dinner yesterday, we just did some like steamed dumplings. And I like to line the steamer basket with parchment so that the dumplings don't stick in. And like as soon as you put the parchment in the steamer basket, it curls up no matter what way you put it. Like yesterday, I was like, okay, I'm gonna hold this down. You have to put the dumplings in, Sam. Was trying to do it on my own and just getting so mad. And yeah, usually I just use kitchen shears to trim around the edge, and then we can spray inside still just to make sure it doesn't stick to the sides as it's baking. And I always like to bake a cake with a sheet pan underneath, just in case it decides to go over. So we'll take our non-stick cooking spray now. Canola oil. Line that. No fat. Oh, because of the egg. Because of the egg. That's another good one with sponge cake. See, I would have just assumed that. What other cake were we making a bit back that we couldn't use any fat either? It was another form of sponge cake. And it kind of freaked us all out, but it still worked. Like, good thing Marianne is here with us today. We're cooking with Marianne. Okay, now the pour. Just want to show how this should look. Yay! Very, very light and spongy. And hey, Flood City, thank you for the 100 bits first thing. How is your Friday going? Look at that. I'm gonna gently scrape around the bowl just to keep this moving into the pan nicely. So I'll have to tell Sam if he's coming home while this is baking, do not peek in the Traeger. Because I feel like, I mean, I would do the same thing if I got home and I was like, oh, what's Sam cooking in here? I would look, right? Almost there. And make sure we get all of that goodness in. Look at how nice that comes out. Yeah, green box is gonna be into all of our houses when we make Black Forest cake, and don't do this and this. You got it, Scooter. She'll let you know. Oh yeah, good one, Flower. And hey, how are you? Sponge cake is good for a low-fat diet if you have gallbladder trouble. So yeah, sometimes we would take this cake pan, like you don't want to see all those air bubbles, you would drop it, but we want all of this in here. So no fooling around. Now we just gotta wait for the oven to heat up. So I'm gonna take away these dirty dishes. And I'm sorry, Peppers, but you can't clean any of it. Not any of it. Just the worst. Worst auntie ever? You can have the whipped cream beaters later. Does that sound like a good deal? Okay, come on. Get back up there. Hey, get back up there. Thank you. Okay, so I know the Traeger is still taking a bit to heat up. Nice thing about the Traeger is we can see the temperature of it on the app here. So let me just check, because it is pretty cool out. So I know it takes a touch longer to heat up. Oh, nice. I think we're already at 251. We're at 251 already, so only about 50 more degrees. I'm just going to set this to the side then. It's so light. Like, as full as the pan is, I can't believe how light it is. And then, like I said, let's also just pop it onto a baking tray. Just makes it like easier for transport and stuff. And then, like I said, if it bakes over, at least you have some protection in your oven. Yeah, 300F. Thank you. Maybe this is a good time to quickly do our cherry filling with the sour cherries. Let's strain this. And then it gets mixed with cornstarch and sugar. And then we heat that up until it's thick. That's really a simple one. And then we have to let it cool down anyways before we decorate the cake. So I'm gonna get my little burner set up here. Do everything in the pot. And don't even try to make this cake with maraschino cherries. You'll just be like disappointed, I would say. It's not the same with the maraschino cherries compared to the sour cherries. And cut them, are you saying? Cut them in half or pit them? It's already pitted. And Daff, your banana bread looks okay. Okay, let's see how strong we are. Super strong. I mean, I had a feeling your banana bread would be all right. I wasn't worried. Why were you? Let's just strain it into here. All I'm gonna do to do that is like keep the lid kind of on and then just pour in. I'll just wipe the side of the jar where it's dripping. And that way we didn't have to make a strainer dirty or anything. Oh, sometimes all your banana settles at the bottom. Do you like it more chunky then? Is that why? And so do we use all the cherry juice? 1 jar of cherries, 3 tablespoons of sugar, 2 to 3 tablespoons of cornstarch. I'm guessing we use all of the cherry juice then. So get a nice little sauce pot to put that stuff in. This one's better, I think. Turn that baby on. so nice and dark. And then with the sour cherry, it's not gonna be as sweet, right? With that little bit of sourness. Oh, too much banana and not enough flour, you're thinking, Daff. Well, I guess we'll see today, right? Okay, 3 tablespoons of sugar. Take it from here. Do we just mix or whisk the cornstarch right in? We don't need to make a slurry. Grab a little whiskeroo. Okay, Traeger is temped. So I'll go pop that cake in, and then we'll set a 50-minute timer. Okay, put it right in. I better add it now then. I know that says 2 to 3 tablespoons. I mean, I guess the worst thing that will happen is that we make it too thick and then we have to dilute it down. Or the other side is actually even worse, is we don't thicken it enough and then we have to re-thicken and let it cool. So maybe I'll do 2.5. That really changed the look of it too, hey? Let's do that. And then I won't put it on too high of a heat yet because I'm going outside. I just don't want this to be clumpy at all. No cornstarch lumps. So we already got the 2 components done for the cake. I thought this was gonna be so much more difficult. Okay. I'm gonna bring this beauty outside. It gets dark again when it's done. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna mute while I go out there. I'll be right back. Okay, and then while we're waiting on this, we have to take some cherries out of the jar for garnishing the cake too, right? I set a 50-minute timer, 50 timer on the cake. Come on, get up there. Get up there. Doggo. She's pouting. Get up here. Everyone's gonna be back soon. Please. She's like, you can't tell me. Don't take the cherries out for garnish? Don't we have to have them out of the sauce though? I can just eat those straight up. Check that out. You can already see the movement in the bottom of this pot. Keep it going. I can turn it up a bit more now too. That should be lots for the top. Keep stirring so we don't get any cornstarch lumpers. And then coming over here, cherry filling, we can cross that off. Chocolate cake, we can cross that off. And then we just need to make the whipped cream to decorate the cake. You put maraschino cherries on top. Sam said we couldn't. He's like, don't make it with maraschino cherries again. It was not good. So we're gonna do just the sour cherries on top. Very nice and natural. But the maraschinos are nice because they're like more vibrant red color. We can say that. Okay, a bit of steam coming off here, so it's just starting to get heated up. Perfect time to finish up my coffee. Hi, Dust. How are you doing? Happy Friday to you. Okay, done with this. Done with this stuff. Yeah, stay here. Come here. And then pretty soon here, I'll be taking a bathroom break. So far, so good. So far, so good, Dust. Our chocolate cake for the Black Forest cake just got put in the Traeger, and now we're making our sour cherry filling so it can cool off. And then we just got to make our whipped cream, and Sam's mom has been helping me make this the entire time, guiding me along. Yeah, I wish they could have some of this today. So yeah, right now we're just trying to thicken up. We strained the juice from the jar of sour cherries, mixed it with a bit of sugar and cornstarch, and this is gonna get thickened up to make a nice cherry sauce to put in the layers of cake. And then we made sure to also reserve some cherries to decorate the top too with the chocolate shavings. You're helping a little. No, you helped a lot. Imagine if you didn't tell us to not grease the cake pan. It probably wouldn't have risen because it's a sponge cake. Uppers, come here. Get on your chair. Thank you. How is your day going, Dusty? Getting ready for the weekend? Not much going on there today. Hey, sometimes that's perfect. The weather is gross. Is it rainy or what? Cold and rainy, really? We got I open the curtain here, straight sunshine. Actually, no, it's like overcast, but still super sunny. I'll take it. Not as nice as our day that we walked around yesterday. Definitely feel the chill in the air. But I mean, just the warmth of the sun always makes you feel a bit warmer compared to the cloudy gray skies. Don't need that stuff anymore. I'm just packing up my little bin here. What we do need still is the eggs and the flour to make our pasta dough next. Vyun, your ramen. Okay, let me stir this one more time. I think it's getting thick now. So yeah, as this cooks through and thickens, it's gonna get really nice and dark in color. Don't want to take my eye off of it. Also, let's turn this fan on. Get some air movement with this steam. Yeah, look how dark that got just now. Switch that. Whoa. Let's see this, Vyun. That's beautiful looking, and holy smokes. Your chashu looks unreal. Did you make a bowl for me too? You're sharing? And the egg, Vyun? That looks too good. It was too rich. You went and did that, hey? Okay, so I think this is good. I always recommend, even if you think it's like nice and thick and cooked through, always taste it so that we don't have the starchy flavor from the cornstarch. I know it's hot, so just be careful. Maybe we'll just take it off of the heat for now. Let this cool off a touch, but just going by how it is on the spoon from me dipping. Perfect. Not too thin, not too thick. Come on over, perfect. Now checking flights to Germany. Almost there. Couple more seconds and then we'll be good. And I really like this because it is not too sweet. It's almost more sour than sweet. Is Mish here? We might have a lurking Mish. Okay, that should be good. Just tap the whisk off. Turn the burner off. Should we let this cool before we mix the cherries in, or kind of have it all cool down together? So I was thinking I would just mix it into the pot. Or should we pour this out of the pot into a bowl and mix the cherries into that? Got options. Yeah, this nice, like deep, almost like a ruby red color. Put the cherries in. Perfect. I'm glad I saved my spoon then. Beautiful color indeed. So one more time, just before we pour this in, we made sure that we saved enough cherries to be able to garnish the cake with. And then the rest can go in the filling. Oh yeah, because they kind of soften then. Oh, there was a bit of liquid in there, see? That's why we put the extra cornstarch. They'll kind of like soften up, become one with the sauce. And then we know, like, as this cools, it will also thicken more. Oh, so I could just like have this by itself. I am a cherry pie filling monster. But this is so much better than what comes out of the can. Give me a bowl of ice cream. And I'll just eat that. Don't think you'll be doing the ramen again anytime soon, Veal. It was so much work, isn't it though? It's nice to do every now and then though. You've only had the college version of ramen, so one day, yeah, you should do it homemade. You got it, Clemmy. Yeah, put this in your face. So now I'm just gonna set this aside and let it cool. Maybe I'll kind of pop the lid on slightly so it doesn't get too much of a skin. Okay, done with the burner for now, so we'll get rid of that. And I believe we're switching to making our homemade pasta. The dough. Sounds good, Marianne. I got the rest anyways. I got the rest of this recipe. All we gotta do is whip the cream, and we even picked this up, so we'll be a-okay. I hope you have a good rest of your day, and thanks for all the helps. I am gonna take a quick bathroom break right now. Caffeination station is going. And then, like I said, we'll come back and make up our homemade pasta dough. Okay, I'm gonna mute BRB. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Flower is saying ramen is the one thing that I usually order out. We used to do the exact same thing. Always go out in Vancouver. As I was coming out of the bathroom, I whacked my elbow boo-boo on the wall. It's like, ah. Classic. When you have an injury, you always hit it. Marianne says, put the schnapps on the first cake layer and then the cherries on top. Right. Sorry guys, I know. That's how it happens though, is like when it's almost healed, you start whacking it on everything. This is the stuff. I don't have a schnapps drawer quite the same as Marianne showed to Hitch, but this is the start of it. So she says, literally, put this onto the chocolate cake, and then we put the cherries on that, and you do that with both layers. We got this. Done with this jar as well. Okay, so taking a break from the cake for a bit while it is baking anyways. We have 34 minutes on the timer still. Yeah, shot, right? I cannot wait to try it, View. And I'm gonna get some more difficult stuff done first, though, before we get into the schnapps. Finishing up my green tea here. Okay, so our pasta dough. Boom. Boom. We got eggs and flour, as well as salt and olive oil. Those are our 4 ingredients. Checking the recipe that Cookie linked from what I always share. I am really going to scale this down. I don't want more than 4 portions of pasta. from what we make today. Otherwise, it'll just be way too much. I have a feeling that Sam's bringing home a lot of food from work today too. So we need, I'm just gonna cut this in half, 250 grams of flour. And I usually just do an all-purpose flour. Some salt. A pinch of salt, and then I'll have to do a bit of math here, because there is whole egg in this recipe as well as egg yolk for a little bit of richness. So 92 grams of whole egg. And then 62 grams of yolk. And then enough olive oil to bring it together. I'll show you the approximate amount. Easy peasy. So we will get a mixing bowl out to start weighing all these ingredients into. We're gonna start with the flour first in the bowl with the salt, and then we'll measure out our eggs and pour them into that next. And then we finish with the olive oil, like I said, just to bring it together. Holy smokes, an ingrediology raid. Hello. Hello, hello. Happy Friday. How was your stream? What did you get up to? And is this Logan coming in or a guest star, can we say? Just grabbing my favorite mixing bowl here when I make pasta. It's nice and shallow, so it's not difficult to mix in. Hello, Tasha Monet. Welcome in. I am Kate. Good to meet you. Call me Chef G. Welcome, welcome. Oh, sweet. Call me Chef G was the guest chef today on stream. How did things go? Made an amazing chicken chorizo hash. Yum. A little bit of breakfast in your life. And Devlin345, thank you for the follow. Welcome. We are just getting ready to make some handmade fresh egg pasta. Start measuring out all of our ingredients. And then this is going to be finished Cacio e Pepe style. Yeah, good to see you as well. How are things? Good. Yeah, things are good. Feeling ready for winter. Streams have been really awesome lately. We did a really fun IRL stream, just like walking around while it was super sunny yesterday. Visited some stores. Hope things are good for you too, you and Maggie. Okay, back to the scale. Everything's getting weighed on stream today. Switcheroo. Let's open this up. All the way. So for our flour, 250 grams of flour. And I'm thinking this will make about 4 bowls of pasta, good sized bowls. That is that. It's gonna be so easy to mix this small amount today as well. Usually I like double this recipe. Holy smokes, congratulations. A baby ingrediology boy? I hope everything is going good with that. That's gotta be exciting. Okay, so a couple pinches of salt just so we have seasoned noodles. We don't want bland noodles. That's why G came on and streamed to the channel, to help keep it up while you take some time for the babyology. Perfect. Thanks for updating us on what's going on too. That's got to be an amazing feeling. Okay, next, just grabbing a spatula, mix in the salt. And then we can even this back out. I'm just gonna put this to the side now and start cracking our eggs into a separate container. And we do have to weigh them. So 185 whole, or sorry, 92 grams of whole eggs. Yeah, I've never even heard of Chef G, or call me Chef G. So we'll have to go and check out the stream later after I'm done today. Scope out some new streamers. Sam is doing good, yeah. He's been working his new job. He has a big green egg at the new job, so he's actually got 8 racks of ribs on right now at work, which is so cool. Okay, so we're over the 92 grams already. We're already at 109. So all I'm gonna do is take that amount out of the yolk. From Seattle. Oh, sweet. Yeah, I know. Smoked ribs, right? 6 hours. The torture. Okay. So 16 grams less. About 46 grams of yolks. What is that? About 3 yolks then? How we get our yolks. Just take this off. Actually, never mind. We'll leave this on. Just make sure we tear it. I like to just crack my eggs into a container and pull the yolks from there, rather than trying to fool around by like separating it with the shell or anything like that. I'll do one more, just because I got that feeling that we need it. And how's our cake doing? 26 minutes on the cake. So literally just go right in there and you should be able to almost just like shake the white off of the yolk. Okay. I think we have extra even. There we go. That's where we call it quits. Just gonna go wash my egg hands. No cross-contamination of the raw egg. And now, so I guess I'll just save this in the fridge for something. Hey, Chef G. Hope you're doing good today. Pop a lid on there. We overestimated. That'll be good for like an omelet or something. And now this, done with the scale, we are just gonna whip those up just with a fork. I always find it just mixes in better to the flour if we whip the yolk with the white first. Gonna go lurk, finish breaking down. I feel ya. And you have 2 huge doggos that you gotta make room for. We love doggos. And thanks. Thank you so much, Logan. This is why you're part of our kitchen crew here. Is yeah, every now and then we gotta even out that bit fund, right? So thank you for contributing to our food truck fund. 71%. So satisfying. Okay, so we mix this until it looks really creamy and like a pale yellow. Now we can bring this back and we're just gonna pour that in. So flour and salt, and then egg. And then we're going to switch from the fork back to the spatula. We're gonna mix this until it like forms kind of a rough, shaggy looking dough. One thing about like prairie eggs to BC eggs, the yolks are nowhere near as dark. Like so pale yellow. BC eggs are something special. Vune is having a hard time living life right now. Just gonna do a little scrape around the bottom of the bowl too. Make sure there's no eggs stuck. And so see how this is getting like kind of clumpy? That's exactly what we want. Just keep cutting in the egg to the flour a bit more. Looks good. There's not really any loose, dry bits. It's all clumped. And now we take our extra virgin olive oil and just do a little drizzle over this. Start with small amount and you can always add more, but if you add too much oil, you'll have to add flour to bring it back together. Otherwise, the oil's gonna like make this fall apart pretty much. It's not gonna wanna stick. But I think the oil really helps the noodles stay soft and supple and also helps it from like drying out as we roll this later. Just gonna do this with my hands. Gonna start getting messy. We're getting into it. Yeah, supple, if you will. You've never used olive oil in dough before. So this recipe is from one of our former sous chefs. And he got it in Vancouver from one of the like high-end Italian restaurants. And luckily he shared it with us. And apparently a bunch of restaurants in Vancouver use this pasta dough recipe. It's so versatile. We've used it before to make lasagna noodles. Lots of different types of pasta noodles as well. Ravioli. The only thing it's not good for is like extruded pasta, because that should be just straight semolina flour and water. I think we got a good amount of olive oil. See how this is just like coming together? It is a bit sticky, but let me finish mixing this stuff in first before I add any flour. Oh, yeah, we're making pasta right now, Vune. The cake's in the oven. We're gonna check on it in 20 minutes. And hopefully it doesn't fall when we open up the oven door. Okay, this is actually feeling very nice. I don't think I want to add any more flour or even moisture. I think all we gotta do is knead this up now. So keep kind of working this until there's no more dry bits in the bowl, and then we can get rid of the bowl and just work on our cutting board. There we go. Pop that aside. So a bit of stickage to my hands, but nothing too bad, I would say. And maybe the olive oil helps with that too. So now, if we look at this, it's like very shaggy, not really smooth looking or anything like that. Knead it up until it is smooth and like you can almost not move it anymore. And how I usually do that is just like fold and press. Fold and press. And when one hand gets sore, you switch to the other one. And then I'm also kind of rotating the dough ball as I'm doing that too. And right now we're working the gluten. This is what's gonna help keep our pasta together later when we boil it in the water. And that's also why it's important to let this rest before we roll it out. Because if we try and roll this out right after we need it, it's not even gonna happen. You will not be able to roll this out right away. It's so elasticy. You saw gluten balls. Interesting. I wonder what you use that for. Yeah, you laughed out loud in this store. I think we're getting here. Fry them up and serve it with soup. Yeah, I've never had anything like that before. Okay, so I can feel it's getting smooth, and you can also kind of see how it's not really tearing as much anymore on the other side. Starting to hold together. This is a pretty good workout, I would say. Saltimbocca alla Romagna. Now I guess I gotta go back to Rome and try Saltimbocca. I did try carbonara, but maybe the Saltimbocca was a bit out of my backpacker's budget at the time. Okay, she's coming together. So when we go and put this to rest, then we can grab the veal, the sage, the prosciutto, start prepping that stuff. So see how this is starting to stick together? We were talking about it, Vune. We were talking about the whole TwitchCon thing in Amsterdam. And I don't think it's the year for it. It's just, I don't know. Everything is so up in the air right now with COVID and stuff, and not all countries are following the same restrictions. So I just don't want to get caught in a spot where we have to quarantine for 2 weeks. And like, it kind of wrecks what we have going on, right? And are we going to do the one in the US? So we went in 2019 to the one in San Diego. And I wasn't really aiming to do the one in US anymore. Ingrediology. I would like to experience a TwitchCon in a different country, as well as being a partner too now. And yeah, we have so many projects coming up, it's best to not plan anything big. So now that we're getting to this point, I'm just gonna keep kind of smoothing this out until we get a nice disc. And like, I know TwitchCon is not gonna go away. So yeah, probably just gonna wait it out. I know we talked about Amsterdam 2022 for like years. But thanks, COVID. Okay, so maybe not like perfectly smooth, but honestly, just by the feel of this, it's kneaded enough. I'm good. I'm gonna let this rest now. So I'm just gonna wrap this in a plastic wrap to keep it from drying out. You could also do a reusable bag if you want. Dough looks super smooth. Could only do that with a machine. You'll surprise yourself, Vune. It didn't take me that long, but I will say like a smaller recipe is way easier to knead. And Relic, how are you? Did I not have a good experience at TwitchCon? No, I had a really good experience. We actually, so we bought like the whole weekend pass and only ended up needing it for the first day. Oh, we can meet another time in Greediology in like a not so busy environment, I would say. We'll come down and meet you and Maggie in person for sure. But yeah, I just like to experience different countries and stuff like that. Meet some other new people. Palms were sweaty, knees were weak, and arms were heavy. So I don't get to eat Kate's spaghetti. And I would recommend resting this in the fridge. So I think I'm gonna go wash up my hands. Look at this. After kneading the pasta, there's really not much left on there. Sweet. Okay. Also, 13 minutes on the cake now. So make dough and then let it rest. I'll just cross that off. And so all we gotta do, roll this out into noodles. We can decide how we want to cut them later. And then we will quickly pan fry with butter, Parmesan cheese, cracked black pepper. Yeah, Bonk, no Getty for you. Welcome back, Bonk. How was your errands? How was the stores? Okay, so Saltimbocca. I will return with veal, sage, prosciutto. We gotta keep the flour here because we flour one side of the veal. I got my white wine already, and I think I just need some butter. Oh no, Bonk. It was a pain. Must be senior citizens shopping day. Might just be. The worst. Okay, I'm gonna quickly mute while I go bring this to rest. I will return. We're crushing this today. Yeah, classic. Classic catch-up discussion in the middle of the aisle. There's no other humans around. You think you matter? Get real. Okay, I'll be right back. I have returned. Okay, so I got a little sag. I was like, oh, like literally a day ago, I was like, perfect, the sage looks awesome. It started to freeze in the fridge overnight, but I think it'll still be good. It'll still be usable. Maybe we'll just fry those ones up instead, Vune. Dust. That's how it was at Trader Joe's yesterday. Yeah, feta. The sage has withered. Sag. Tomorrow we'll have lots of feta though. Okay, so let's see. So see how it got like really moist? I think we'll still have lots. We'll still have lots to use. I'm not worried. Luckily, it was a nice big bunch. I returned with butter, 1 full pound, as well as our nice chunk of 30-month aged Parmesan for our pasta. Prosciutto. And this is so beautiful looking. I don't even want to cut it. This. So, veal loin. This was packed on October 22nd. $45 a kilo. So 0.7 of a kilo, $34. She ain't cheap. So we better not mess this up and we better make it delicious. And hi, Torino, how are you? And so this, one note about this, I first called just like a specialty butcher shop in the area that said they had veal. They said all they have is shanks is what they are able to get in. So they don't have any loin. And so the guy said, why don't you call Italian Center since Saltimbocca is Italian? Because I was like, oh, well, I wanted to make like a schnitzel sort of thing with it. And so I called the Italian Center, and thankfully the lady found 2 packages. This was the bigger one. We did pick up 2, so I did put the other one back in the freezer now. So we have more veal loin to use up for maybe a different cooking technique. But yeah, she's like, we don't order the veal in, it just gets dropped off, and whatever we get, we get. So we lucked out. I am so happy. This is gonna be amazing. So I see a bit of connective tissue on top here, and then why don't we open up and see what we're working with? But all I know so far is we gotta cut it this way against the grain. So let's see how many slices we can get out of this. Yeah, veal schnitzel. And then I'm just gonna rinse my pasta hands first. They're got a bit of crumbs. I didn't do that yet. We have 6 minutes on the cake. So let's get out some butchery stuff. And then away we go. Yeah. Happy Friday, Totino. Hope you're having an all right week. Boom. I think I'll use the scimitar to try and get good slices out of this. Probably the best application. And maybe my boning knife just for trimming up some stuff. And we all do know that veal is baby cow, right? That's why it's very special, so all of the respect. The meat counter at Safeway was renoed there, and you looked at the meat. And then what? And then what happened? And maybe I'll get just a cloth out because this looks a bit juicy. Juicy meats. I am still shocked that we are able to find this. Probably, if we were still on the island, wouldn't have been able to. Vune, is it really easy to get veal in Germany? Whoa, I thought that was gonna fall over. The best, Torino. That's what you said to the butcher. Hey, get on your chair. Astra, get on your chair. She's like, but Auntie, I like baby cows. Depriving me of baby cow? It is pretty easy to find. Yeah, I better sell one of my kids so I can buy a steak. Torino. Okay, let's look at this. This almost looks like a ribeye or something going on here, just by the cut. Like a little ribeye situation going on there. I'm pretty sure that's the rib cap. Insane. So I Just gonna clean off some of this connective tissue. But I don't know if I want to cut through this fat cap here. It looks too beautiful. So just this small amount here, let's do. And it feels very soft too. So one thing that I was just looking up is, what did I find out? I might get this wrong. Is most of the time veal is like milk fed, right? So that's why it's very light in color. But then some farmers nowadays actually put their veal out into the fields and let them graze more. So that's why it's darker in color. Yeah, look how soft that is. I don't even know if we have to clean this off. It peels. It just peels off for us. Anyone can feel free to correct me if I was wrong in that statement, but I'm pretty sure that's what I read. Nice. Yeah, that was good to clean off. And then maybe for slicing, what are we feeling, Vune? Is it gonna be pretty easy to slice across this way, or should we slice it in half first? Because we still have to pound it out. Still have to pound out these pieces nice and thin. So it might be good to slice it down that way first. Okay, perfect. Boom. Thin is good in this case. Like nice little small bite-sized pieces. Wow, the meat is so soft. Like, careful as we're slicing, because my fingers are almost digging into it. And then we can also see the separation of muscles there. I just felt a little... Yeah, there's a little bone fragment. Get rid of that. And then we turn that, because we always want to go against the grain. Palm-sized pieces? Oh, that's pretty accurate then. Is this a grade A Canadian veal? I would assume so, Torino. There was no grading on it. But I would for sure assume that that's what the Italian Center is getting in. It used to be graded too. But yeah, that's not really done anymore. Thanks, Taco Mesa. So now... we'll see how this scimitar slices this. I might just switch back to my boning knife. The scimitar doesn't like to go through some of that stuff. There we go. Way better. Yum. Now we can open this up so you can see as I slice. Yeah, is it still known that Canada has some of the best beef in the world? Especially from our province, Torino? Do we even need to pound this? Like, it's almost falling apart already. Better make sure our pan is like rockin' hot. When we go to fry this up, we don't want any stickage because it'll just like tear apart. Yeah, Alberta beef. Yee. Yeah, it's not quite the color of like beef steak. It's almost like a dark meat pork color. And timer's done for the cake, so I'm just gonna go quickly rinse off my hands and go check that. It's probably done, so be right back. Somebody cut up the veal while I'm gone. Okay, cake is looking really good. I reset the timer 10 more minutes. So it was still really jiggly in the center. Letterkenny, holy smokes. You're in the land of pork though, nice. Yeah, we're just pretending it's true. Good one. There's a new season. I haven't watched like the TV series. I only know that from like when they started on YouTube a long time ago. Okay, so let's keep going. And so we can see there's like a little bit of connective tissue in here. But I think that the animal is so young that it's just gonna break down no problem. This is like too soft to even slice with the scimitar. The scimitar was like mushing it. And then yeah, as we get to the end, this is like my least favorite part. It gets more and more difficult to get clean slices. So just do your best. You're in Iowa and you produce massive amounts of pork. Oh really, Dave? You've looked everywhere to try and watch Letterkenny? I guess you could just watch the YouTube series and at least you'll get some of it. Some of the hilarious Canadian content. That. So this part, we'll just pound out the rest, right? If we feel like it's a bit thick, let the mallet finish that up. And I'm aiming for around, what, 4 slices per person? 4 to 5. So now, once again, we sliced it this way, so we'll turn it away this way. And I'm thinking, just going by how this looks, this side might be easier to slice. Might be easier to slice. Yeah, might have to invest in a VPN. There you go. Oh, you worked the hog lots when you were a youngster? The smell hogs put off in general is nothing even close to pleasant. But it's so delicious. Wow. Now that is so good looking. So even if while we're slicing this, it doesn't all slice consistently, we know that with the meat mallet, we'll be able to even it all out and make it consistent. Interesting cuts, I will say. Like this kind of wants to fall off, so trying to be gentle with that too. Yeah, Vune's ramen looks so good, like out of a restaurant. I really like how you like crisped up the pork. Nice and caramelized. Whoa, yeah, see, like that wants to slice off. So try not to go back and forth, I suppose. Kind of hard. See if I can get one more even one. Okay, that's all I got. So now, maybe we'll leave all of these pieces on here. Get rid of these butchery knives. And then we'll prep a smaller board to like pound everything out on. The pork was your favorite part of it, Vune? Just eat it with rice, right? Oh, nice. Metroid is on demo. For sure, check it out. Like, Sam played through in, a couple weeks. He got it for his birthday. Loved it. Even I really enjoyed watching him play it. Samus. Yeah, the meat, right? Everyone's just like, give me the meat, Vune. Okay, there's that. Smaller board. Do this. We got our trusty meat mallet. And I'm just gonna say we probably won't have to use this like aggressive side. Just use the flat side. Yeah, so many talented cooks. Like all of the food photos that have been posted in Discord. So proud of everyone. Hello, White Dove, how are you doing? Okay, so just to protect the veal from while we are pounding it out, let's grab a Ziploc. We'll just cut that open. I think just a medium one is gonna be good enough. So I'm just gonna cut along each edge to open it up. Maybe I'll just use my paring knife for that. Okay, it feels kind of weird. We haven't even touched a chef's knife yet. And I'm just watching my timer here. I got 3 minutes on the cake. Yeah, I saw that too. Sammy sent me that. Added some N64 games on the Switch. Okay, sometimes this goes so neatly and other times it just doesn't. Oh, okay, Mish says hello. She has family visiting. Hi, Mish. Hello, Mish. Yeah, that's right. She made the tiramisu for today, pretty sure. Boom. That's our protective layer. So now we're just gonna open up this. Maybe we'll start with some of the thinner pieces so that we can determine how much we want to pound out the thicker ones. And I would just say, let's be very gentle with this. Get that put on. I'm really like not using any force. I'm just letting the weight of the mallet basically fall down and then I lift it back up. So satisfying. I think that is literally perfect. Just if we go by another piece here, we can also see how much that we did pound it out, right? Right, if you make it too thin, I feel like it'll kind of fall apart in the pan. And then if we hold this up, I'm worried about this little top bit here and the fat cap. Nice, we can like almost see through it, right? So the finished ones we'll put back on this board. And I would love to try and like get them filled all at once too. Try and put it on there neatly so we don't have to move too much stuff around later. What did we liked this side of the bag so we could see through. Okay, sounds good, Vune. Go clean it up so you can help me cook this later. Oh no! He just tried to get up, but his foot is asleep. You're not going anywhere. Poor Vune. That is the worst. This is a thick one. The thickness. Yeah, Vune didn't give us a recipe. He gave us a workout. We need that. We got our walk-in yesterday on the stream. Now we're having a upper body day. Oh, my timer is done. Let me finish pounding this. And then I'll go check on the cake again. This was the thick boy. The dog is like, you're not gonna use that on me, right, Auntie? She's like so concerned. She's like, what are we doing? That was adorable. Okay. Pop that there, get it ready for us. And I will be back. BRB. Okay, cake, it's getting there. I took the instant read thermometer so I could temp the internal of the cake. It's at around 175 Fahrenheit. I would like to get it to 195 Fahrenheit is where we know it's baked through. So I just did another 5 minutes. You knew it, Vune. And hello, moist pirate. Too good. Okay, get up here. Get up here. Good one. All right, so let's keep going. We are pounding out our veal for the Saltimbocca right now. Kiwi Mish sent you. She said there's not enough moistness in our life. Dust. You talking to the dusty pirate? Okay, there's so much Saltimbocca. I'm gonna be cooking this for hours. Chat, we need a bigger pan. And this was like half of what we bought. No crinkles in the plastic allowed. I'll make her walk the plank. Y'all are aggressive. This is so delicate. Holy. I could barely lift it up. Keep that together. But when we do cook this, is all of that like fat and stuff, it'll fry up together and create more structure. Don't even worry. 3 pieces are perfect per person. Oh man, we got more than that, Vune. I mean, let's be honest though, for this big cut of veal, the loin, $35, you could maybe get 1 plate of Saltimbocca from a restaurant for that price. So if we're able to make 4 plates for the same price, not even a thing wrong with that. Yeah, get some sugar in you so you can survive this with us, Vian. I mean, we're in a really good spot though. After these are assembled, we just have to cook them up in the pan. And then we just have to roll out our pasta noodles and dress those. This was the really fat piece, so I'm really making sure I pound it out. Otherwise, if you don't pound it even, then it's not gonna cook even in the pan either. We're almost running out of room, aren't we? Maybe we should sneak that piece over here. Big one. This one actually is the nicest almost. Really nice. So I think before we even stuff this, we'll probably season all of the meat up, so we know that it's properly seasoned. Sprinkle of salt, some cracked pepper on there, and then we do the prosciutto and the sage leaf. And I mean, I don't really have the toothpicks to hold everything in place, so I'm hoping that it all just stays together in the pan. Would say though, like compared to pork, just the feeling of the veal meat is so much softer and easier. That's why I'm really not using much force at all. Just kind of evening it out. I suppose we can just separate these pieces with some parchment if we wanted, right? Where we're piling it up. I'm gonna put them all over here. Okay, my timer for the cake is going off again. And even though Green Box said to not peek while it was baking in the Traeger, we did. We did peek. And it didn't fall. But that's why I almost waited till it was done cooking so that it had structure from the cooked eggs to not fall. And yeah, I don't think we'll be tasting the cake at all today. We probably won't even decorate it. We'll just let it rest and cool properly, and then we'll finish it tomorrow. Perfect, Vune. Okay, I'm just gonna rinse my hand in my soapy water over here, and we'll go check the cake. It is also baking at a quite low temp, right? 300 degrees Fahrenheit. So that could also be why it's taken a touch longer. I just noticed that my face cam was lagging a touch there. Why do? Hello, late night tough guy. Hi, may I ask what happened to the products you bought yesterday? The cheese is in the fridge. We're gonna taste it with our lunch later. The Ukrainian sausages, we ate all of those yesterday, the pepperoni sticks. The hot Italian fennel sausage is just in the fridge, and we ate all of the cakes yesterday. The tiramisu and carrot cake. The carrot cake was better than the tiramisu. That's all I got. Okay, hold tight. Hopefully I get to bring this cake out. Be right back. It hasn't really budged in temp, so I'm gonna do a bit longer. Let's do, what, 7? Hey Siri, 7-minute timer. Get on your chair. Get on your chair.
So I set your timer alarm for 7 a.m.
Oh no! Hey Siri, 7-minute timer.
7 minutes.
Thinks I'm setting it for 7 a.m. We had kielbasa and didn't save you any. We had some, just tried some pepperoni sticks from the Polish sausage house with no skis. They were good, not the greatest. Like, we felt like the butcher shop on the island made better pepperoni sticks, but everywhere makes different pepperoni sticks. So you just gotta find the ones that you like the best. I liked them though because they weren't too salty. That's always a plus. Hi, Mickey. My mate's over. He fell asleep. So you're like, hey, what should I do while mate is sleeping? Let's go see Kate. Hopefully we don't wake him up with all this veal pounding out. Or maybe that's what you want. Okay, so I'm just gonna tear a piece of parchment. You can see that this is pretty filled up, but I don't want to mess up another board. So we'll just layer the last few pieces on there. Got some Polish style pepperami in the local corner shop. They're banging. Is it like honey garlic or jalapeno cheddar? You only buy Ukrainian garlic sausage. Yeah, they had a bunch of that in the store too. Go, go, go. This is the hardest part of the dish by far. Is pounding out the cutlets from the loin. Whoa. You can't do garlic anymore. Even garlic bread being cooked in the house does you. Like, it's too strong. Whoa, Dave. I was gonna say, what happened? Isn't garlic life? I was waiting for that from Torino. Oh man, Dave. Torino's like, Dave's canceled. Don't like garlic? That's it. Oh, wow. Yeah, a guy that I used to work with, his girlfriend, the same thing happened. If she had garlic and onion, like really bad allergy to it. Just destroy her digestive system. Which is so interesting because like garlic and onion is known to be good for digesting. But it's crazy how bad it affects some people. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Exactly. Look at these nice big pieces, hey? Holy smokes. Okay, 2 left, finally. Oh my goodness. I know, what would we do? Spank it. White Dove, oh really? They both hurt you too? But you won't let them win. I like that, attitude, we should say. We won't let them win. That's like me with cheese. I will never give up cheese or dairy. Even if it's destructive to me. Form that back together. This is the last one. You like the smell and stuff of garlic, but if you eat it, you have to say a little prayer For yourself and others, probably. We did it, chat. This is the last one. Good way to get the frustrations of the week out. Bam. He did hear us. Sorry, Mickey's mate. But we got some serious meat pounding here on stream. I don't want to hear it. Boom. Okay, let's get rid of this stuff. Bag gone. It's okay. Phew. Pop this away. Get rid of some dirty dishes. And I will wash my hand because we're done with the raw meat applications now. I feel it. It's gonna be time for eating soon. Bit of cooking. And we're doing really good for timing still, considering it's like just after 2 p.m. Almost 2:30, I guess. So 2.5 hours so far. Not bad at all. Okay, yum. Just looking at the recipe for this. So, first things first. We add a sage leaf, or first prosciutto. Slice the prosciutto, then a sage leaf, and they say toothpick it together, but that's not gonna happen here. And as well, before I add any prosciutto, prosciutto is salty, but I think it's important that we do season this stuff up first before we dress it. Dave, you just like have to run the kitchen. That's funny. And I think a little bit of like pepper too, right? Don't need a ton of salt because this is pounded really thin. And like I said, the prosciutto is a bit salty too. So err on the side of caution if you're feeling unsure. You can always add more salt after it's been cooked. And then just to move this is why I did this, is we can easily just pick this up, move it over to the side for now, and season the underneath stuff. Hey, Mary. Oh, nice. You have an update on the fridge situation. I wish I had one for you. It's radio silence over here. The size is the main factor. HD said 2 to 3 months to get it. Hey, at least they gave you a timing. I wonder if that's my timing too then, probably. Hubby's gonna check with Lowe's. Called the repair peeps. Can't come until the 5th. Wow. I know, right? Trying to deal with stuff during a pandemic. Yeah, hey, Torino, why haven't you started cooking yet? The company's gonna be here soon. Oh, Dave's coming tonight, so he's just gonna cook everything. Late night tough guy, your girlfriend has the same issue? She likes to just take over cooking. Okay, couple good cracks of pep. Okay, the cake timer is going off. I'll give it a little bit more time though before I go and check. I just have this feeling it's not quite there. Dad is remodeling his kitchen desk. They ordered their fridge 5 months ago and just got it. Wow. So I should not expect the new fridge almost like anytime soon. Okay. Now, we open this up. A dry cured pork product. Mickey. Went out for dinner tonight and had a rump steak. Wow, this is actually not the best looking prosciutto I've ever seen from San Daniele. That's gonna be a sheesh from me. Usually it's like a very nice pink color. Oofda. And hi, Sama, how are you? Nice, watching on the big screens. Oh, man. Okay, so now we gently, you can see me peeling the prosciutto pieces apart. Probably just gonna tear them in half, or maybe even just take this whole thing, slice it in half. Move over. Is it good? Yeah, it doesn't smell bad or anything like that. You want me to eat a piece of prosciutto? Okay. It was sealed. Not the best prosciutto I've ever had. Best before March 28th, 2022. It's almost like nutty tasting. Boom. Yeah, orange color, right? That's weird. I'm sure all the people at work right now with Sam are just like, yeah, right, dust. Okay, I'm gonna go check on our cake. It's been 7 minutes already. Let's go see. I hope that I can bring it in now. I'm really hoping so. It's about that time. The clocks already go back? Man. Right, they didn't vacuum out enough oxygen. Because, like, let's be honest, the color of the prosciutto in the package does not look like the color on the outside photo. Okay, cake situation. I just decided to turn off the Traeger and let it finish inside of there. And so we'll check it maybe once we have this Saltimbocca all prepped up. So let's go. Oh no! Guys, I don't want the prosciutto to be bad. Don't even say that. I don't want to get sick off of food. I would feel so violated. Like, how could you? And hey, Trev. Busy day. Finally, you can sit down. Phew. Hope it all went well for ya. Shall we sage these up right now? I'm thinking so. I Don't know now if we'll be able to do the crispy sage for the pasta, but I do have some like nice smaller sage leaves like that we can definitely hold on to. Just some of these decided to freeze last night, even in this special package. So all we do is literally, I'm gonna put it upside down because they always want to like curl back together. And just seeing this right now without the toothpick, how is that gonna stay? No, don't take a picture. Looking good, hey Dust? Okay, just lift that up. The sage is probably gonna move, but that's okay. Maybe not though. Boom. Okay, almost lost one. Let's keep going. Prosciutto next. Probably gonna have just enough. This is so much saltimbocca. This is like a good 4 portions worth or more. So for the $35 piece of veal, I guess we could say it was worth it. Just imagine how much more it would have cost if we got it pre-sliced for us, right? So we did save some money slicing and butchering it ourselves. Yeah, are we going to Trev's for second supper later or what? Beef is marinated in the tagine, made pizza, bread, chicken, soup from a whole chicken. Also homeschooled your daughter for 6 hours. Nice. Nice. That is so cool. Sounds like you had a great day then, Trev. Kudos to you. Oh, we might not have enough prosciutto slices. Dave, don't feel that way. I think we're just bugging. If at any time you're feeling sad, please type stop in chat. It's true, Dust. Dust is not lying when he says that. We really only pick on the people we like. Okay, now what? Do I have to separate some of these? Fine, I will. This one. Okay. Okay, sage it up. Hello, chorizo sandwich. And I will say, Trev, I had to call around a couple places to even get my hands on this veal for this dish. So you saying that it's like hard to find? Yes, it is. Found this at the Italian Center. I had to call and get the lady to see if it was even on the shelf. Oh yeah, a whole leg of Serrano ham. It should keep for a good while. Serrano's not like top tier quality, so make sure you keep it like well vacuum sealed and stuff. Okay, I'm running out of large sage leaves here. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna sacrifice our sage garnish for the Cacio e Pepe. Make sure we have enough sage in the dish that it is actually calling for. And then you'll notice how I'm picking the stems off of the leaves so it's not super tough. Hilarious view, and I love it. Okay, so we have that little bit right there. Do I want to put this parchment back on here? I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be okay. Let's be honest though, this sage is gonna curl right up as soon as we start cooking this, and that's okay. Just going to clean up my situation here a little bit, but that is looking so good. So good. What you think, puppers? And then one more thing. I think we'll just quickly do this before it goes in the pan, otherwise it's gonna get messy, is the bottom side of this veal gets dipped in flour. Gets dipped in flour, and then we pan fry it, just like facing up with all this stuff. So let's not forget that, but otherwise, we're laughing now. Slice, pound, and stuff. Then we just flour, fry, and make the wine butter sauce. Ah ha ha, winning. Should we take this to the fridge and then go check on our pasta noodles? It's gonna disassemble? I don't have toothpicks though, Vune. I did pick up skewers, but it's like total overkill. Chuck it in the toaster for 3 minutes. Like, even if we cut this, maybe Bran does. Use a stapler. Okay, well, regardless, I'll take this to the fridge and we will try and streamline from there. We'll make it work. Let's just say that. I will leave the flour here. But other than that, I'm going to take the rest of this over. Hold on to the flour because of our pasta rolling situation coming up. Yeah, the nail gun. Shop cooking at its finest. Whoa, maybe I shouldn't balance like that. Okay, there we go. Anything that disassembles, the chef's just gotta eat. It's true. It's true, it's true. Okay, BRB friends. I'll be back. It's pasta rolling time. Mish, how are you doing, Mish? How did your tiramisu turn out? I look forward to hearing about it when I come back with our pasta dough. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Rando offered his shop nail services for the Saltimbocca, but I said I think we're okay. Just wiping up. I have some excess salt and pepper on the cutting board here from the veal. And then we'll set up a pasta rolling station. It feels really nice and soft. So you might just need a touch of flour. But I think I'd always rather have like the pasta dough too soft than to have it dry out. This is the goodness. So we'll see how that transformed. Get on your chair. Get on your chair. Astra, get on your chair. The stare down. She's like, no, we're making pasta, Auntie. So you don't need my help? Wait, late night tough guy, Lydia, also covering them in flour? What's happening? Mish. Mish, did you tell me about your tiramisu yet? Yeah, Dust. Do you have any meat co-ops near you where you can reserve part of a cow to a whole cow each season? I would assume so, Trev. I would assume so. I haven't looked into it yet just because we don't have the proper fridge to even get that in our life. So I don't even want to start thinking about it until we have the space to put half a cow or half a pig. Oh, it's in the fridge setting? Hey, that's fine, Mish. How do you feel about it, though? So, time for this thing. Some people I know on stream have bought this beauty, the Atlas 150 from Mercado. This is our pasta roller. Gonna set this up first, and then I'll quickly show just as I'm unpacking the box. This is the noodle cutter. You can see it's a bit dusty, so we can dust that off. We can choose whether we want to do like more angel hair, I would say. This isn't like a spaghetti because spaghetti is extruded. This is more like a angel hair pasta, and then that is closer to fettuccine. Cooking is going good. Our Black Forest cake is baked and now it's just cooling off in the oven. I feel pretty good about it. It doesn't look perfect how it baked up, so I'm a bit wary. And we did our cherry pie filling already, or the cherry filling for the cake as well, and that's cooling off. And then we just prepped Veal Saltimbocca. These are back to $160 again. So I paid half price for this when I originally bought that. And that was pretty sure in like 2013 or something, long time ago, almost 10 years ago. It's like one of my first purchases when I got into culinary school. The Ferrari. We got the red. So we don't need this yet, so we'll just set that back in the box for now. And then unpack this part. So the handle, as well as the holder. So I'll just look at underneath my cutting board, because there was a time where I screwed it into it, and I know there's a little divot already there. I don't want to make any more than are already there. It already kind of hurt me inside to do that. I'm just gonna sneak a peek. And you couldn't sneak this past the wife, Trev? So you got an automatic pasta roller instead, just for like the KitchenAid or what? And then really quick, before we even start using this, this is also where we can bring a dry brush in. Just give it like a little de-dust. And this should never see any water or anything like that when we clean. We always clean it with dry stuff Otherwise, you will make glue by accident with the flour and water. Just that's residual in here, and then she won't work after that. Trust. So only dry stuff. Oh, nice. It was on sale for 80 bucks. Have you used it yet? Is this in the front here where I did those? No. Okay, it's on the other side, so I'm just gonna literally turn this around. And then what else I have to do is I have to pull this whole piece forward. So I'll just doctor or dial in the camera for that. Or I'll set up the gimbal for us. But we just need to make sure. Yeah, let me see really quick if my wireless will work on the ePot cam. You've used it a lot of times already. Makes life a lot easier and keeps both of the hands free. That's always good. Okay. I didn't hear anything pop up, but that doesn't mean anything. I'm just gonna do a quick scene check. Nope. Okay. Adjusting the camera fully it is then. And have we ever made porchetta on stream? I don't believe so, but I also can't recall. Oh, shoot. Let me just decide on how I want to set this up right now. I knew it was going to be a bit of a process. But I'm not going to roll past on stream if you guys can't see it. That's just silly. Just gonna plug in my phone. Obviously, today is the day that the wireless doesn't work. You know. You're craving rice pudding with cinnamon on top. Just thought I'd share. Have you made that before? I don't know why, but I've had like kind of a craving for that as well. Poor Mish. What have I done now? Get rid of this. This should be charged. Okay, we got this. We got this, team. Up close and personal. Rolling pasta with Kate. Kegstar2. Thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing today? Ready? We did it. It's great, but you got up late. Well, sometimes it's good to sleep in, though. Cookie. Okay, let's do... What do we want? It'll be outside L, main S. Hey. Oh. There we go. Now you get behind the scenes view. This is as good as it gets. So we're still setting up our pasta machine. That's also why I switched this. Where's my divot? Okay, divot's over here. So I'm just gonna line that up again. Derp. Okay, see you soon, Sama. Have a good drive. I literally have to undo this whole thing because of the thickness of this cutting board. Because counters aren't usually this thick. Yeah, I shrunk. You had 2 of the Marcados? I love it. It's just my favorite thing ever. Okay. Bit over. So twist that on nice and tight. Make sure that it's not gonna move. As we are. Perfect. And then the handle goes in right here. So notice how I left some space for myself over on this side. Oh, wrong way. Just to roll out the pasta. And then it is always easier if we cut it into smaller pieces too. And then we'll need our flour bucket over here. This is the last hard part of the stream today, friends. We're almost there. I'm also gonna have a quick sip of water before we get into it. Mish, thank you for gifting the sub to Yetitis, who is subscribed for 2 months in a row already. Thank you, Mish. Yeah, get some hypes in chat. Welcome to the kitchen crew. And hello, Green Fang. How are ya? Yeah. Okay. Pasta. Just put that plastic up there. Grab a bench scraper. Or dough cutter. This guy. You can see how, now that it's rested, look at how nice and smooth and pliable and stretchy it is compared to when we first put this in the fridge, right? So all we're gonna do, slice that in half. And then we just cover up the other dough ball for now. Keep it from drying out on us. And now we have this. Get a touch of flour on the board just so it doesn't stick. Don't need much though. Probably more than enough already. Just push the excess forward. And then we're gonna take our rolling pin. And we have to roll this out a little bit before we even attempt to put this through the pasta roller. Just gonna move a couple things. I'm left-handed and I don't want to knock any of this over. How's it going, Green Fang? So far, so good. We got like a lot of stuff going on today. But it's nice to like be on stream for longer than 3 hours. Felt like we've had some shorter streams lately. Oh no. Okay, I can't push too much forward on this. It's dangerous. Because my entire board will flip over. This is the first time pasta rolling in this sort of scenario. This is new. So I'm just going to go slow and controlled. If you find that there's too much flour, honestly, just use the dough scraper and get it gone. Is we want this to be a bit tacky for the first bit of rolling. Let's move this. Flip the table. Yeah, so I couldn't attach the roller mesh onto the plastic table that we're working off of, right? Because it just won't be secure. So I had to pull my cutting board forward a touch, which is also why we're using the other camera angle to attach this baby on. So yeah, if I roll too much forward, like this front couple inches of the board here is not on the table. Flip it. Okay, so to start rolling, we always put this back to 0. That's the biggest setting. And then go from there. Obviously, if it struggles, when we're first rolling, we didn't roll it out enough with the rolling pin yet. That was really easy though. And also this just feels like a nice pasta dough that we made. And sorry for the shaking while we do this, but my phone camera is on the table that we're rolling on. So I might not be able to help that. And then you can see kind of as it rolls, it makes that little accordion, so make sure it doesn't stick together. Dunkin's glazed donuts are the best fast food donuts you've ever had. Some people might argue that Krispy Kreme is. I would say that like none of those donut chains are good anymore though. They've just gotten way too processed. And you can taste that now. Whoa. Interesting what the flour is doing. It's kind of like making a dry film on here. Okay, we're gonna roll this to 6 and then I'll show you how we do a fold. Jam donuts. Yeah, me too. Powdered jam donuts, Mickey. The best. Okay, I'm just putting our flour pile over here. Let's turn back more this way. And so I'm going to open all this up. We're gonna do meet this side in the middle. And then we'll flip and meet this side in the middle. And see how I kind of overlapped those two? Give it a press. That's why we made sure it wasn't too floury so it would stick. And then we do one more fold again this way. And one more still. And now, so we were rolling this way, right? Our noodle was going that way. Now we're gonna turn this and start going the other way. But let's also make sure, once again, that we roll this out first so it can cleanly go through, and we always start back at 0. Nice, thanks for doing polls. I think everyone's been super enjoying that too. Sometimes I can't participate, but I like to see everyone else's response. I'm in pasta mode. I love the shake of the camera when I go boom on the pasta with the rolling pin. It's almost like a 3D ride. And what those folds do, so it makes the pasta more like smooth and also creates more structure for when we go to boil it in the water. So really important not to skip that step. Okay, that should be good. Let's see how this goes through. Did this sub go through, Mickey? I don't think so. Shipley's Donuts in Texas? Maple bars? Yes, please. Loser. All donuts are jam donuts. You jam them in your face. I am a donut fiend. Big time. Big time, big time. And now we're gonna roll this, I think, to 8. There's 9 settings, but usually I only go to 8 if we're making noodles. Because if you go too thin, then they just start making a mess on you. You want your mate to send you donuts for your birthday next week? Yeah. And I will also say, so now that we did that first fold, we can use a bit more flour while we roll to make sure that this doesn't stick together now. We're not gonna do any more folds. Yeah, I think that, Paloozer, I think what you said is like they got a greasy mouthfeel now. I've not had a ton of Krispy Kremes. They are a bit difficult to find in Canada. Time for work, bonk. Woof. I'm putting in the work today too. See you tomorrow, bonk. Try not to work too hard. Thanks for hanging out while you did have the time. We appreciate that. And yeah, good luck. See you tomorrow for falafel time. Speaking of, I gotta make sure that I soak those babies. Scooter, what if you don't like either of them? That's allowed. Oh, this is stretchy. Did you see that stretch? Do I want to stop at 7? This is 7. See how it's kind of sticking? And then I can kind of see through. Let me see if I can switch to this. Can see how you can see through the pasta? If I hold it up to the light, you can see my fingers through. Let's stop here. Let's just make sure that we oil nicely. Thanks, Trev. This is one of my absolute favorite things to make. Something about that grandma cooking, right? Cook like a grandma. We put those together, just give it a little shimmy and shake. And then we'll sprinkle this too. I'm just prepping this to get folded up together, and then we'll do the noodle cutting when we have it all rolled. That. Yeah, that's right. Cookie has made this before. Did you do it only that like one time? Or have you done it since then? Okay, so now that's all safely packed. Just set that up on the counter. Let's switch back to this. Other piece of dough. You've made lasagna, ravioli, and fettuccine. You dabbled in a bit of everything then. Maybe I'll just do this with our little piece that's already been rolled. So now, because this is a bit sticky, just do a touch of flour on each side. But remember, not too much to start because we got to do the folds. Thank you, Vyun. Thank you. I mean, this recipe, like Cookie says, is so awesome. I've never had an issue with working with it. It's never been too dry or too wet. And it is flavorful too. You still even have some of the ravs in the freezer. Boom. That's how you do it. Can I go down anymore? Yes. Okay, so now just rolling out to get it prepped for our zeroed pasta machine. That didn't take too long, right? To do the first half. And I think this will make like a perfect 3 to 4 bowls of pasta. Not too big of a bowl of pasta, not too small. Thanks, Late Night Tough Guy. Yeah, I have always really enjoyed cooking a lot of different cuisines. Canada is very multicultural though, so maybe that does help too. But yeah, with like traveling and just experiencing different food, it's so magical. Okay. Even though like in culinary school, we're taught the basic French techniques. I went a bit over too far. There we go. I've never just like specialized in French cuisine. so much good flavors out there. I mean, hey, we could use a bit more feta, like Mish said. But that'll come tomorrow. Feta day is tomorrow. And may I also just say, like, how lucky are we that our friend shared this pasta recipe with us? He didn't have to do that. So thank you, Brody. You won't even be here tomorrow. Just drop the tiramisu and then go back home and watch stream. So we are almost at the fold part. Yeah, take your tiramisu. Gotta go back home. Yeah, I'm sick. I'm not gonna make it. Okay. Remember our fold. Now we'll come back over this way more. We'll spread it all out. That's why we didn't flour it too much. Center. And give it a press. And we don't want to, like, press any air bubbles in either. Press. Fold in half. And in half again. Found out an interesting fact today for all the Nintendo fans. Yeah. Yeah, just send your boyfriend. Is it to your family, Mish? Just send him all alone. Poor guy. We always like hearing news, Dave. So we always do a pre-roll to make sure it goes through the pasta roller easily and doesn't get bunged up. It's you, boyfriend, his mom, your sister, and her girlfriend. Aw, that sounds so nice. So really, it would be him and the girls then. Perfect. Let's see. Is this going to fit through? I'm kind of wary. It's a bit thick still. I'm not even gonna attempt it. Don't even attempt it. If you're second guessing it, that means you know better. And when you know better, you do better. This is gonna be interesting, like pan frying. So this is what we're gonna do, I think. We'll get the noodle pot on and get these boiled and then just oiled up or buttered so they don't stick. And then we gotta cook all this saltimbocca. I'll probably just cook the 3 portions for Sam, my brother, and myself, and then finish the rest after stream. But I mean, I'm only working with 2 burners, so if I can make this work, so can you. In Japan, Mario has a first name. He's called Itsumi. Itsumi Mario. Dave, please. That's almost an Annie. Can't find the recipe for the pasta dough. So this is typed up in our Discord. Late night tough guy. I'm just gonna give this a little flour. It's kind of sticky. So if you search pasta recipe, you'll find it typed up by Magic Cookie, our mod. Check it out there. And same with the Black Forest cake recipe. Because it's from a restaurant that I used to work in, so there's no website link. But yeah, definitely save it for yourself. We actually did a half recipe of what is linked in Discord. And like you can see, I'm not rushing through this. I'm totally just relaxed, taking my time, doing it right. And that's how things work out great. Okay, we're almost there. We're at 6 and we stopped at 7 for the last noodles. Yeah, it makes a lot when it rolls out flat. You're right, Cookie. But I mean, if you are gonna take the time to do this, do like you did and make some extra stuff so that you can pack it away in the freezer for yourself, and it's worthwhile. And it's always good to have helpers too. For this amount, it's not too bad, but if I did the full recipe, I usually get Sam to help me. And then with the different egg yolk is you'll notice the different color of the pasta dough. Our yolks were quite light that we used from the eggs today, so it's pretty light colored pasta too. Okay, so now we flour this. Maybe I'll just use up what we have here. Get it prepped for cutting. And so we'll cut like a fettuccine or linguine style today. I don't like doing the really thin one. Sometimes it's kind of falls apart. That. Give that a little swirl around. Okay. Oh, my arm. So last week, I don't know what I was doing. I think I was carrying like a big handful of groceries, and the bag of, I had 3 squash in a bag, was slipping out, and I tripped on the curb and literally like fell and scraped my elbow on the concrete. Same with my hand. But yeah, it's doing good. It's healing up all right. Just like annoying more than anything. So I just have been letting it heal really nicely. It's almost all healed though. I know. I was so mad. Just because it's annoying to like have to deal with injuries, right? Yeah, be careful. I know. Like I said, I don't even know what I did. It happened so fast. It won't stay healed if we keep this up. Huh? What you mean? Okay, so now we got the noodle cutter. See how it just kind of slid on to the end here? And then we transfer the handle to the cut that we want. Sometimes we get boo-boos, right? It's like, oh, it's just like being a kid again. And so we have some options here before we cut the noodles. Old lady eyes. We can decide to leave it in this one big noodle and then cut it in half after, or maybe it'll be easier if I just cut it in half now with the bench scraper. Boom. Okay. So, pop that in there, and away we go. Just going to kind of hold onto this as it's coming out the other side so we can nicely bundle it up in like a little nest. Boom. That's also why we pre-floured, because this is not sticking at all. I would actually 100% recommend to pre-flour than to do the flour after. This worked great, and usually I just fold it up like that. Little pasta nest. Or yeah, we have lasagna sheets right there. Fact. Something about this is just my favorite ever. I could easily start a side biz of just making fresh pasta all the time. I don't know why it's so satisfying. Okay, now we do our stuff that we previously rolled out. Let's see if our flour worked. Our pre-flour. And hey, Mike Sai, how are you doing? So good to see you. Pop by. I hope that you have been well. And yeah, the sound of the cutter is my favorite too. Too good. You're doing good. That is so awesome to hear. Oh, we lost one. It escaped. To give you more of a view. As we put the little nests over here. Okay, this is the last sheet. And then we have an adorable 4 bowls of pasta. To go with our Veal Saltimbocca. Vune, now that I made this, do you feel like you could do it too? You're not as scared? But I mean, you should probably invest in a Mercado. Okay, so remember, while we are taking our pasta stuff apart, we don't want any water. We only want dry stuff. So first thing, I'm just gonna take this cloth, wipe my floury hands. You have a noodle machine, there you go. Sweet! First thing I'm gonna do, just take the handle off. Pop that in the box. Because, well, we gotta clean up before we can get to cooking. That, we take this part off. That's what was holding the pasta machine on my wooden board. Pretty good considering. Now this little one next. You can also use a brush. So see how it's super important that you never get this gunked up, otherwise it will just crust onto there and you won't be able to feed anything through. Last time you made your own noodles has been a while ago though, Vune. Well, I'm glad that we can maybe inspire you today. Sammy's home. Astra's gonna be so excited. And then that is perfectly packed up again, ready to go for next time. Yeah, this one, the yellow. We got red. And then they also got silver. And don't they have a blue? Yeah, Rubbo. Uncle Sammy's home. We got Scooby-Doo in here with us. Okay, we're back. Okay, I'm shutting the other camera down, I think. That was good quick thinking though. That worked good with the gimbal, hey? I mean, maybe not the best for shaking of the table. Your family has the silver Mercado? Hey, whether you, like, I mean, as long as you have a Mercado, that's all that matters. They should last forever, right? I think that thing will outlast me. So who's gonna inherit it? Just so everyone knows, this is what I used for that view. And that's also what we used on yesterday's IRL stream. Bam. We can move. The pasta looks so cute. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. Misha's only 12, so she'll probably be the one that inherits it. Move this up. Good to go. I think I am just gonna put those in a little dish, and then we'll just cover it with a clean towel to keep it from drying out too much. They're all pre-floured, so there should be no risk of stickage. Just we're setting up our cooking station now, so you can't leave this on the board. Beautiful though. Very happy with how those turned out. Stream was acting poopy for a second, but it's okay now. Interesting. Thanks for letting me know. We're also done with the flour, so I'll get rid of that. And then lastly, we'll just clean up our floury area from the rolling. Probably the transition. Probably right, Dust. And then we'll just give that a wipe too. Cookie's doing homemade meatloaf for dinner tonight. I've been seeing meatloaf circulating around the World Wide Web. Been thinking about making that coming up on a stream. You're looking forward more to snacking on your jalapeno Cheetos later? That's too cute. Yeah, Dust. I'm so proud of you right now. Crush up the Cheetos and put them on the meatloaf. Yes. Okay, let's get this set up. This is gonna take a bit. I guess we don't need a massive pot of water to bring up. We don't need a massive pot. Pork, beef, and cabbage. That could be a good bulker, right? Bulk it out with some cabbage. So I'm gonna fill this halfway with water, and then we'll season it and get it going. I'm gonna turn this on. Get it kind of preheating for us. I find out of anything that I cook on the cast iron burner set, bringing water to a boil takes a bit of time. But we can go grab the Saltimbocca from the fridge. Start getting prepped for cooking that as well. We still have to shred some Parmesan cheese. Do some cracked pepper for the Cacio e Pepe. And then we're pretty much there. Yeah, like mirepoix in the meatloaf is always good. Onion, carrot, celery. Crank that, baby. Let's get some salt so we don't have bland noodles. A good dump. There's a little, like, feather in there. What? A down feather. Okay. While we're waiting on that, I think I'm just gonna put it to the side so we can keep working on the cutting board. Parmesan cheese. Who's had Cacio e Pepe before? I don't really think I have. It's not something I've sought out, really. And then if we look at this cheese, look at, you can see the salt crystal pockets. A 30-month aged Parmesan cheese. I'm just gonna cut a chunk off of that, and then we'll use the box grater to grate it nice and fine. Yeah, it's so easy, Mish. Butter, cheese, and pepper. Something like that to start. And then we can see the more that cheese is aged, the more crumbly it gets as well. So nice fine grate just so that it melts easier in with the noodles. More even distribution that way. Whenever I grate this cheese, the dog just literally lays beside me. So cute. Just like head in between her paws like this. Just waiting for the drop. And then as we get to the end of the Parmesan rind, it'll get more and more waxy. And you'll kind of feel when you need to stop because it'll start catching on the grater. We don't want to eat the wax. Thanks, chorizo sandwich. Be careful. Don't grate yourself. Yeah, you don't have to throw out the rind. You can put it into broths or stocks or flavor your soup a little bit extra with it. But you do still have to take it out of the broth or stock, as it's still not edible once it's been simmered. Do you know how Miyagi eats his baby bell? No. No, I do not. That's like, what, 2 cups worth of finely grated Parmesan cheese? That's a good amount. Let's pop that into a container. Wax on or wax off? Too good. That was such a good pun. Annie would be so proud. Thanks, Bune. Next up, I'm thinking I'm just gonna like pre-crack the pepper from the mill so I don't have to stand here and have the pasta cool off as I'm grating the pepper. So I'll crack that into a container. Just filled it up this morning too. And then we'll do some butter nubs and grab the white wine. I wonder if we can maybe finish this almost like a carbonara style, where you just mix the noodles in a bowl with the cheese and butter and pepper. The difference with carbonara is it has bacon and egg in it. or cured pork, we should say. My preferred butter, like as far as brand or type, is chefs are taught to always use unsalted. That way we can control the salt level while we're cooking. Okay, that seems like a good amount of cracked pep. Pasta, cheese, butter, pepper. We still have to flour the saltimbocca before we fry it in the pan. Okay, we have some butter here to use up first. Just had it sitting out. Did you hear my little sniff check? But it stays nice and cool in here that we're able to keep butter room temp now. It's not like 40 degrees Celsius, middle of summer. The brand of butter. Honestly, I don't really prefer a brand of butter. I typically actually have been trying the like grocery store brand. So this is a Western Family. And I enjoy it. It's actually better than some of the like higher end ones. So yeah, not all butter is the same either, right? I'm gonna cut little nubs of this for us. I've never tried the Kerrygold yet, for anyone that's gonna say that, but I've heard really good things. Butter is butter-ish. There was a thing going around, I think it was the summertime. So Canada dairy producers got called out because they were literally like cutting the butter with shortening once upon a time. And people started noticing it. And so they went and tested and 100% they were. So everyone was like, what the heck? So now I don't really trust any company. If I'm being honest. Hello, Jerlo. How are you? I think we'll need a bit more because we need some butter for the pasta and then same with the butter for the sauce for the saltimbocca. You don't really agree with that? Irish butter is so good. I can just imagine. And yeah, mish. Carbonara, I think, is my favorite pasta still, out of any of them. Yeah, I can't believe it's not butter. It's not. It's actually shortening. Okay, that should be a good start. Did you ever hear about the Austrian wine scandal of the 80s? They were sweetening the wine with sugar and it ended up turning it poisonous. I believe that. I could see that happening. You can't sweeten the wine once it's done fermenting. Then you're gonna start the whole process over. So silly. Maybe just make a proper product to start. What? Okay, I'm feeling good. I'm gonna go grab the veal and maybe I'll pass by the cake in the oven. It might be done cooling off in there. And then just to peek, there's a little pasta nudes that we're waiting for the water to heat up so we can boil that. Also gonna take a couple things to the dishwasher. I will be back. I figured out what this dog loves the most, or the dog. It's baby cow. It's baby cow. So, this is gonna be like a deconstructed Saltimbocca Veal, because we don't have toothpicks. Rando didn't even have any. It looks so good. I don't even care how it's gonna fry up. I know it's gonna be delicious. However it turns out, it's gonna be Kate's Saltimbocca. That's what we know. And then I returned with this. Since we have a little bit of time to wait for our pasta water to heat up, I'm just gonna take one more bathroom break before we get into that. Yeah, the cheese. Okay. So we gotta figure out how we're getting into this cheese. We picked this up on yesterday's IRL stream. Vune was enamored with it. Maple syrup cheddar from Coombe Castle. Since 1980. Suitable for vegetarians. Product of the UK. We got cheddar cheese, maple syrup, sugar, potassium sorbate. Best before January 10th, 2022. Whoa. Yeah, how could we not? Exactly, Vian. Exactly. So I guess we just have to try and get through this rind first. This is what I'm thinking. What if we just like go around the outside edge and score it, and then try and like pick off the top so that we can put it back on to keep it fresh? That's what I think might be the easiest. Treat it like a baby bell almost. I've never had to get into a cheese like this, so I really don't know. Just don't cut yourself. That's all I got. I just feel like if we try to like tear into it, it's just gonna make a waxy mess. Good thing the young lady took us for a tour around the Italian bakery yesterday. Otherwise, maybe we wouldn't have even seen this cheese. Okay, almost there. Is it called Italian Bakery? Yep. That is the name. So it's different than where we usually go Italian Center, which is Italian Center Shop. Yeah, this is Italian Bakery. Okay. I'm getting in there, but it wants to kind of stick. I might be able to actually sneak it off. Maybe the back side is easier. Just want to show you how it's kind of coming apart. Ooh, it's like an aged cheddar for sure. Let me just do this. I think we just gotta pick it. There we go. Ah! What? I didn't want to mess up the maple leaf. Veal! That's for you. Look at it. We can see salt crystals. Oh, it smells sweet. Almost like vanilla. Mmm. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, we need to ship some to Unicorn. It cuts really nice, but we can tell by the crumbles that it's definitely aged. Let's say over a year. Mmm. It's creamier than it leads on. Very funky. And the sweetness, almost like throwing me off, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I like sweet cheese, but it really makes you salivate. This would be nice on our charcuterie board that you can like complement it with salty meats and stuff. Is it too sweet? Let me have another bite. It, like the creaminess of it really overwhelmed my palate at first. I don't think it's too sweet. It's a very unique flavor though. And like I said, it really makes you salivate. Holy heck. For sure, a charcuterie board cheese could be good in a grilled cheese with bacon. I can see this being really good with bacon for some reason, or ham. Maple cheese with maple ham in a grilled cheese. This could work. Is it the most amazing cheese that I've ever had? No. Otherwise, I would be having like way bigger pieces of it, right? Sweet and creamy and funky. Oh no! Once opened, we have to consume within 3 days? I should have read that first. What if we close it back up? Does that count? Mmm. In a breakfast sandwich, I could see that being good with eggs. I bet it keeps longer too. Just don't let too much air get to it, right? I think overall, smart to try something like that if you've never had it before. In like a seafood kind of creamy pasta. Maybe, yeah. Take within 3 days with a grain of salt. Right, right. Okay, our water is almost boiling. Finally. Yeah, that's exactly what Heather said, Chase. Maybe good on a breakfast sandwich. Like I said, with some kind of salty form of meat. And then having it with something crunchy, for sure. That would be yummy. Okay, just moving over some stuff here.
Yay!
Thank you, Jerlo, for the 100 biddies. I want to cook the pasta with you on this board, so I'm just going to move some stuff to the side since my water is coming up. I did leave the parm open just in case we felt like we needed some more for the pasta. So I'll just put that to the side. move that in front of the burners, I think is possible. Safe. That was kind of scary though. Okay, so before I drop the noodles, like I said, I think I just want to mix the butter and the noodles and the cheese and the pepper in a bowl after it comes out, and then we can start frying the saltimbocca, because that won't take very long either, right? Or, yeah, I think that's still gonna be the best cooking scenario here. No one can have a more simple setup than me right now. And if you do, well then kudos. But then again, we still have to flour the veal. I guess we can do that before it goes in the pan. Let's get into it. Water has been salted as well, so it's nice and salty. I think we'll do 2 portions at a time. And I did not throw out the rind from the parm, Lily. We gotcha. Whoa. And then we'll give that a stir. Got my handy dandy spider right here. And it does usually cool off the water when you first drop the pasta in, so we can always put a lid back on to keep it nice and warm in there. And then, here, why don't we do this? Maybe while we wait, we'll pop the bowl up on this burner. Does it fit? Barely. I'm gonna put some butter in the bottom of the bowl to like sauce up the noodles when they come out. Mish, you made Hasselback potatoes tonight, and my mom said she was being transported back to the 80s. Was that a thing in the 80s? I thought those were like a newer thing. We're bringing it back. If you're unsure of whether your pasta is cooked through, just sneak a noodle out of the water and taste it. I usually just break a piece off. Almost there. Still a bit al dente for my liking, but at least it's not mushy. Oh yeah, you're in the future, that's right. Hasselhoff. Are we talking about Hoff today? And yeah, Hasselback. You've never heard of those potatoes, Dust? You like slice them really thin, but not all the way through. So it's like an accordion. These should be good. Drain out the water. Ah, that's one thing I hate about the noodles. Is sometimes they fall off the spider when we're going for a transfer. So sometimes I just hold on to them. Ready? Oh no. Tellus is calling. I can't take the phone call. Okay, now we'll mix that with the butter so the noodles don't stick together. The warmth of the noodlers should melt the butter right onto there. Put this lid back on for a sec. You remember Hasselback recipe in Jamie Oliver's Christmas cookbook. Ah. Jamie's Christmas. I think we've made some stuff before from that too. Butter the nudes. My favorite sibling, non-sibling rivalry ever. Dust Pirate, and Kiwi Mish. Okay, done with that. Put that to the side. Hello, Mina Rose. You've adopted Dust? That's allowed. And Cathology, thank you for the follow. Cathology. Stay here. It's good, puppers. How I know stream is going late? Because the sun is going down. It's getting darker and darker in here, but we're almost there. Vyun, I'm so happy that you were able to hang out with us all day. Yeah, I don't know how I want to finish this off. I might just pour the water out of the pot. Like, keep the pot warm with the water in it while we do the saltimbocca. Then pour it out and just mix the pasta and the cheese and the pepper together in the warm pot. I think that's probably the best. You ended up with a numb hand or numb right hand yesterday after peeling 1 kilo of garlic, 12 bulbs. Gonna chop some up to put into oil in the fridge for future cooking, and a couple batches of toom with the rest. What is toom again? What is that? And yeah, sorry that your hand is cramped up, but at least you got lots of garlic in your life. Yeah, no vampires. Good one, White Dove. Yeah, let's put it in perspective. Compared to the streams when we used to cook for friends, these are still short.
Wahoo!
Sama!
Oh yeah, like those started at 12 and went to like 6.
6, yeah.
They were crazy.
Okay, so just test a noodle before we pour them all out. Oh. It's good. Tellis was phoning me like 2 minutes ago, Sam. I don't know why. I didn't answer it. Maybe. I should have answered it and been like, sorry, I'm busy live streaming. Can you call back later? Okay, turn this off. Take it off. And I want to get the other pan heating up pretty quickly. Let's toss this with the butter still, just to make sure that nothing sticks while we're waiting on the saltimbocca. Nudes. And we want a nice big wide-bottomed pan to fry up the veal in. So I'm gonna do my brazier pot here, and actually let's switch our cooking device. It'll go so much better if we use the induction. I just couldn't use the induction with that other pot because it doesn't work. Beautiful noobs, thank you. Put that in a safe spot to cool off. Oh man, it smells like a pasta restaurant in here now. Yeah, we'll be able to control the heat much better with this, and it'll just go quicker too. Good call. Good call, Kate. Maybe one quick wipe. Nice, your boss even gets you to make some for them sometimes? Because she just can't get it to emulsify. Oh, is toom like the kind of like a creamy garlic sauce? Is that right? So let's get some oil into here first thing. Let me just check to see if it's olive oil or another type. flour the slices. Pour a 1/4 cup of butter and 1.5 tablespoons of oil, I'm guessing. It doesn't say, it just says pour a 1/4 cup of butter and 1.5 tablespoon in a pan and melt over medium-high heat. It's gotta be butter and oil. That way the butter doesn't burn. We do have 2 burners, just on the other burner set, I can't fit all of these big cooking pans. So Sam and I have been talking. I think I'm gonna return that little cast iron set and get 2 smaller inductions.
No, a double.
Or a double, yeah, a double induction. That'll be good. And then I noticed that this is kind of going towards the back. There we go. Even that out. Hi, Lauren. How's the day? Okay, so that's good. Move this. Get rid of this. Where's my flour bucket and my veal? I think we'll do veal here. This is gonna be so hard. How do we flour once it's been assembled? Ah! Terrified. Terrified right now. Guess what? I'm just gonna go grab that pan I just had because it was floured just from the pasta. I'm just gonna sprinkle some flour in there and then dunk the veal in. Get in your chair, please. Get in your chair. Thank you, Pooh. Anyone else call dogs Pooh, or is that just like an owner thing? My brother called his dog Pooh, so we call her Pooh. That's her name. She knows. Oh, yeah, she couldn't see, Sam. Okay, why don't we do like this? Whoa.
It's okay. It's fine. Everyone's fine.
There's just too much expensive stuff in here to hear things drop. Do we make the wine sauce in the pan, Vian? I'm talking louder because it's splattering at me. The moment has arrived. Like, do we make the sauce as it's frying? Or we finish this and then make the sauce after? Whoa, sweet Lauren. RDX with a turbo? Way too much fun. Turn up the heat a bit more. I think we can sneak one more piece into here. Thanks for the shout out as well, Vune. Oh no! We lost our Saj. Dust. I don't know, but my friend has a boxer and she thinks her name is No now because she just gets told that so much. That's adorable. I'm gonna switch this around. It is sage. So it's veal. There we go. That's a way better view. You don't need to see me flour it now that we saw the first one. So veal loin that we sliced, pounded thin into a cutlet, put a piece of prosciutto, and a sage leaf. Just gonna rinse my hands. This one piece is cooking really quick. And I think as these finish, I'm just gonna take them out and rest them in one of my Cambros. keep it warm, and then we can make a proper wine butter sauce. Because you don't flip this. Get some tongs. Or do you flip it, Vion? And then we already seasoned these earlier too. So before we even put the prosciutto on, we salt and peppered slightly. Don't flip it? Okay. If anything, maybe we can baste it with the butter if we need. Even with the toothpicks, you wouldn't flip. Okay, so that was the first piece we put in, and it looks like it's almost done. Just keep kind of going in batches. I'll do this 3 times to get the 3 portions. And then we will make the sauce in the pan after that. I was thinking that too. Maybe we'll just cover. That is frying beautifully though. I don't think I would go any higher or lower of a heat. Annie, how are you? Welcome in. Just like the quickest cover ever. And it does smell very good in here, I will say. That's why the dog's not leaving. Anakin Punwalker, too good. When I lift this, it's gonna be really steamy. Whoa, I think that's perfect, actually. Yeah, you got the robot competition tomorrow, Annie? Maybe we'll just finish this one up real quick in the center on its own. Pop that. Yeah, go to bed. You gotta get up early. You got the robot and all the tools loaded up? Holy, so you finished it off then. Wait, Lauren, did you know that seagulls have their name because if they flew over a bay, instead they would be bagels? Oh no! Got us. Hello, Hardly Toasted. This one's just like staying dark. I don't even know what to say. The dog with the sounds. Looks like she's upset. Sounds too good, Auntie. Okay, I'm gonna start flouring and just dropping more in while we wait for this to finish. Always shake off the excess flour. There we go. I would say that's done now. And this is all I'm doing, since I don't have a ton of space and there's no way we could cook these all at the same time. Just pop the finished one in there, and then we cover it. And that's why we're also not like frying the heck out of it so it gets overcooked. Oh, this is a thick one.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna say it smells like blueberries. Sam's having a blueberry yogurt.
Whoa.
Thank you, Dust, for gifting this up to Hardly Toasted. Welcome to the kitchen crew. Hardly Toasted has been with us for 3 months in a row already. And thanks, Dust, helping to build up our awesome food and drink community. Okay, let's do one more piece. These feel very nice. I have to say that since we like assembled them kind of early and let them rest, it doesn't seem like they're falling apart at all. Good structure. And I'm happy that the prosciutto and sage is like not curling up too much. Even the flour back out. And get rid of our parchment on the side. Yeah, can you smell this? A very sage decision. Thanks, Annie. I mean, we could really blame Vune for this one. Shall we maybe give this a stir around and flip? And lid? And I'm sure making these in just like a proper kitchen at home would be quite easy. Your burner will cook more evenly. Does Dust actually have a head? I mean, I've never met him, Mish. So I can't confirm. Cookie! Thank you for the 1900 biddies! That's going towards Food Truck Fund. We are 71% of the way there. Winning. Dust is part pumpkin. Oh, right. Just letting some of the steam drip out. Look at that. We're going. I think this one on the side's almost done. I'm smelling the sage now too, as it's frying up. Smells so good. I'm happy that these aren't getting too deconstructed. And then can we also make a little note of how we're losing some more oil in here? So let's pop this up with a bit more oil so we don't have any stickage. That's just from cooking, is the meat is gonna absorb some of that. And so it's gonna seem like the oil is disappearing, but it's not. Thank you, Lauren. 2 times 420 bits. Thank you. That's a choo-choo for you. I'm gonna take one more piece of veal and pop it in here. I think I'm just gonna cook it all, because I don't want to do it again after. Maybe even sneak 2.
Yay!
Thank you, Vune, for the 60 biddies. It's a Friday hype train. Yeah, the way the hype looks with the food truck. Awesome. Don't lose the sage leaf. Phew. That one I'm okay if it's a bit more medium. And I mean, just with the heat, the sage is gonna go brown. The sage is gonna go brown from it being cooked. I don't even know if there's a way to really preserve that color. Black TriStar, hello. How have you been? Thank you for the contribution as well. And Annie. Thank you, Annie, for the $19.47. It's getting wild in here. Annie says, Happy Halloween, everyone. Thank you, Cookie, for the 1,931 bits. As well, we got Nessie dropping 1,000. Am I in shock? A bit. Yeah, I got Black TriStar. Sammy's like, the hype train's too crazy. Where are we?
Yay!
Friendos. I guess this is looking too heckin' good. So we got one more set of 4 then. Let's just do this to get those fried up. Oh, the devil. Dust Pirate, 666 bitlies. Vune evens it out with 3. TriStar, you're surviving and all. Hope all is well on our end. Yeah, it is. We're surviving too. Thank you so much for the contribution. We can't find the pumpkin emote. Didn't they do those last year, Cookie? It was like a little emote generator. Holy! Wiener Weens just tipped $69. Lauren, thank you so much. Also, can I say nice? You're the best. Thank you. That's going towards our double door fridge. Big fridge. We were talking today. Someone was asking if we can ever get like a side of cow in. I said, yeah, when we get the fridge, we'll be able to fit it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Just one side of the fridge, there's going to be a half cow. So thank you for that. And that's a level 4. True. I'm gonna do one more quick cover just because some of these are quite thick pieces. We're getting near the end. And the double door fridge is from True Refrigeration. So it's a double stainless fridge, really big. Like kind of the size of the metal kitchen shelving. And then we're gonna have a separate freezer as well.
Oh,
And it's made for restaurant stuff, so it's gonna fit all of our equipment really properly. Your mom has a True fridge in her kitchen?
Oh, yeah.
I have never been more impressed. And thank you, Vune, for the 2 bitties.
Oh, yeah.
Who's gifting subs right now? I am. I'm dead.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome in all new subs. Yeah, that edition. So that fridge, oh, grease just got me in the eye. Watch out.
Oh, yeah.
Is gonna be going into the mobile commissary kitchen for stream. This is smelling like the sage smell. Something else. Okay, we need a bit more oil, but look at all of that fond in there. Don't let it burn. Go quick. It came with the house. Cookie. That's unreal. So yeah, that's what we're gonna get. I cannot wait. We should never have any issues with that. Did I miss any? Bitleys? No, okay. Crushing us with the love today, Sama. And yeah, we're gonna make a sauce. So we're just finishing all the veal first, Cookie, and letting it rest. Ouch! So mean. And then once we take all this out of the pan, we deglaze with some wine and finish it with butter. Done with that. I'll get rid of this. Board of veal, gone. Mish just got some Nutella on a friggin' spoon. Thank you for that. And thank you, friends, for the awesome level 3 hype train. So many contributions. We appreciate all of it, and honestly can't wait to get that truck going in the spring. So that's a choo choo choo. Okay, be right back. That's what happens when the horn runs out. Imagine hearing a train horn like that. You'd be so concerned. Like, is that thing gonna blow? All that's left is wine and butter and cheese and pepper. Yeah, I'm still here. She's like, cooker? Where did the cooker go? I'm still here. Get in your chair. Get up there. Get up there. That's the safe spot. Yeah, it's true. Okay, just gonna quickly cover. Get this flour bucket out. We can bring our saltimbocca over. Noodles are chilling. Just gotta mix it with the cheese and the pepper and some more butter in the warmed pot. Yeah, wine, butter, and cheese. Sounds like my food groups. Annie, that's the one where the horn runs out. Okay, let me see this. Just wait, I can't get too distracted from the veal. Oh my god, that's straight up. End of October chew. Mish! That's what happens when you're 12 years old. Can I just show the other side of this though? Like the crispage happening? I'm gonna turn this down a touch. You should see the induction. I don't want to zoom this out. Good thing it's really easy to clean. Ouch!
I mean, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. This though? This is like $100 pan of veal. If someone came and stole this right now, how upset would we be? Walks in, pushes us all over, and steals the veal and runs. That's a real life stream snipe. Okay, first off, watch your face. I'm just gonna like really turn this down.
You whining?
Free pour. Get a spoon.
Oh, that's some perfect fan placement there.
Yes, I did.
Like, that's fantastic. So good.
I said no more steam on my camera. Mish was really concerned the other day. Okay, now we can turn it back up. We're scraping. We're scraping the tasty bits. Get all this goodness. Look at the color. That's some A glazing. Yeah, that's not even a D glaze. Thanks, Annie. Hardly toasted. It must be Friday. So when I first started streaming, we would have Freaky Fridays where like almost anything went. It got a bit out of hand sometimes. So yeah, we dialed it back a touch. Annie remembers. Vune would too. Yeah, S tier glaze, thank you. Okay. I can't scrape anything else off the bottom. So we're gonna try and mount this sauce. What that means? We're literally thickening it with butter. And you do not want to try this with melted butter. It will never work. You'll have your wine and you'll have melted butter just sitting on top. Yeah, it's called mounting. Mount it with butter. Mish thinks I'm like joking and being silly still. So we take our cold butter nubs and we're gonna slowly mix them in. Also turn down the heat a bit. Really important to not get this overheated where you're gonna cook the butter out anyways.
It's like Heinz 57 with 12 ingredients.
Yeah.
Just add butter. Just add butter. Do, 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 do.
And I mean, you can really make a thick sauce or you can go like more runny. Up to you. I might actually just like call it here. Maybe one more. Maybe one more nubby and then that should be it. I'm just gonna turn this off. And then we'll quickly go pour out the hot water from our pasta pot, put the nudes back in to warm up and mix with our cheese and black pepper. This can't be bad. We have never said we're a family-friendly stream. I will never set those expectations. That's way too much to ask. Okay, so just gonna move this stuff here some. It's okay. I just need to move the induction off. So I'm just gonna set this aside. Pot is hot, so use pot holders or a cloth. 69 twice, does that sound better? Annie, please. And so now you can see how much we hecked up the induction. I mean, at least I only have to clean this and like around. I don't have to clean an entire stovetop. So it could be worse, but I always wait until it's cooled off to wipe it. What are these 69 comments? Well, Lauren donated $69, like a legend. And then I said we had to mount the sauce with butter. And then chat took it somewhere. I'm really not held liable for that part. I'm just the cooker. Okay, so we buttered these earlier to make sure they didn't stick together after we boiled. This is where we boiled. The water is keeping the pot warm for us. So I'm just going to pour that out and then we will Cacio e Pepe our fresh pasta and we can finally plate. What a stream. Thanks everyone for hanging out with us. Especially Pupper. Ready? Use the residual heat from the pot and then we can also turn this off. Lower that fan. This might work or it might not. I have a good feeling about it. Let's just not get the butter stuck in the tongs first thing. Oh yeah, look at that. So one thing that this setup has taught me is like how to just do things in different steps and think about things differently. And well, you never know if you don't try. I think we might need a touch more heat. We'll see. I can see the butter is fully melted underneath. It is warm. Mountain the nudes. So now we pour in our Parmesan cheese that we shredded earlier. Maybe not all of it at once, so we can use some for garnish too. Get in there. Some of our pre-cracked black pepper. And I mean, you don't call it pepper cheese pasta for no reason, so you better taste both of those things. Honestly, think I'm just gonna like put this on top of the induction to warm it up. Because that went a bit dry on us. I also should have saved maybe a touch of the pasta water, but it's too late. Yeah, induction's nice and warm still, so I'm just gonna put that pot there while we set up our plating station. Congratulations, chat, we made it. We hexen made it. Oh! This nub of butter's like, I never made it. But wait. My cheeks are red, but I'm not blushing. Takes more than that. Come on now. Yeah, the runt. The runt of the litter. Holy smokes. Okay. Since we got pasta today, should probably plate the pasta in the bowls. That. Ooh, I will still need this just to put the pasta pot beside. Could you like make starch water, like cornstarch? Yes. But then you could also just put the flour in the water, the same that we did with the pasta, right? How is this pot over here? Is she getting happy? Honestly, maybe it's better being just like cheesy and peppery because we have that really nice sauce with the veal that I'm sure will just make this absolutely insane. I don't feel comfortable adding more butter.
I hardly toasted.
You can see Sam said, yes, you can. Nice, Annie. You're back up to 40K. So, if we're unsure about our Cacio e Pepe, we could also just take a noodle. The pasta is really good. The cheese and pepper is awesome. But like I said, it's a bit tepid. Once we put everything warm on top, I'm not even gonna worry.
Throw the kettle on if you want. A little hot water.
Just to put in it?
Yeah. You need to have it a little hot.
Oh. Sam, this is what Sam suggested. And we have to kind of like get used to doing these crazy things. Is just turn the kettle on for a sec.
It shouldn't take long to heat up if there's not much water.
I know, I have a very small amount. Okay, we're almost there, Vion. I know that this is not overcooked and it feels so good. Yeah, right. So that's how I felt too, Lauren, is like it kind of feels dry. Kept adding more butter, more garlic. Okay, so we'll just add a touch of water to hydrate. Vion, is that your complete ramen video?
No.
Okay.
Or
Vion made tonkatsu ramen today because his wife is gone and he almost did like a vlog. So he's gonna splice it and put it on the tube. I said, heck yeah. We're almost there, puppers. He's looking at me like, what are we waiting for? No, stay there. Yeah, stay. We're boiled. Well, yeah, there's barely any. Ready? Just like a really small amount. It's not like the pasta water, but it'll still hydrate. And it'll warm the noodles up. Okay, that looks better. This, yeah, Sam picked up. It's the little Bodum kettle for a pour over coffee station. It works so good. It will become pasta water. And that's why you're here with us, Hardly. That's for Finn. Okay, ready? Gotta go pretty quick. Let me open this up. Look at how this turned out. Vune.
Mister never barks, though.
Yeah, Dust is just bugging today. It's great. This is my favorite part, is the underneath sauce from these resting. Did you hear that, son?
What?
Oh, you didn't hear her little moo?
No.
I think we can get away with 4 pieces. Those are big, but still, I think there's enough in here. Hello. I'm just gonna put that, I'm gonna leave that because it's for Finn's lunch tomorrow, and I think that sauce will be better. Now, if we bring this pan sauce over, did that decide to stay as one? Pretty much. Look at the sheen on it. Just a touch of butter in there, right? I'm just gonna have a taste. Good. Not too winey, not too buttery or salty. The glaze. Oh, Charlie Sheen. Don't waste any of it. Oh, I won't, Cookie. It's also like saucing our pasta. Send help, Vune. For the brand. It might need like a quick little reheat. Just let them know. was a good challenge to try and execute all of this together today with my little cooking station we got going on here. Just taking some photos and then we'll taste. Thank you, Charles S. Bronson. I think it turned out pretty heckin' awesome, hey? Just playing around with my lighting in here. But I know for a fact that the veal didn't get overcooked. And the pasta is really awesome. So excited to taste it all together, I suppose. And I'm hoping that we don't need... You want that one?
I don't care.
I made a smaller one for myself. Now he's getting up. Yeah, he brought Rando his portion. I'm just gonna go right in. Homemade noodles. I don't even want to cut this. Can I just bite it? Is that allowed? You're gonna dab. Been enjoying the legal states up there? Nice, Lauren. The veal with the sage is literal perfection. The prosciutto just like melted into it. What the heck? Veal. I think this is honestly my first time having veal. So nice. With like how simple it is, really delicious. I love that kind of stuff. And like I said, it did take us a bit today to just make sure we cooked everything properly with our space and cooking burners. But yeah, regardless, turned out great. And the noodles with some of the sauce.
The veal feels.
When you can feel the butter running down your face. I like the veal because it feels like it's nice and lean, but not tough or dry. Abby, you made veal not too long ago? Yeah, veal, please. The noodlers, awesome. I don't think we would want anything else like more flavorful than this. I think tomato sauce would take away from the veal. It would overpower. The noodles almost have this like floral flavor going on from the aged parm. Really interesting. And the black pepper is nice. Cuts through some of the richness, but it's not like spicy. Hi, we're dead now. I'm full caffeinated now, I am. Yeah, I don't know if Sammy liked it. Oh, I'm calcinated. Oh, I'm dead. You got me, Annie. I didn't even realize you said that. Perfect. Oh, Astra. She's like, I'm going with Dad. Maybe he'll let me clean the bowl.
No, I sent her with it.
Okay. Stay here for a sec. I'm gonna go grab the cake from the Traeger. It should be cooled off properly now. Did we have food size at the same time? Probably. Also, good thing we never prepped any veg today because it's not necessary. We don't need vegetables where we're going with this.
It's really fucking good.
Yeah? Look at his beard. Butter sauce beard. Butter beard? No, butter beard. Okay, I'm not gonna mute because I know my microphone can go out there, right?
Can I just get the cake for you?
Or you can just go grab the cake. It's safe in the Traeger. Did a pepper get you?
Oh, that was good.
Saving it for later. This? Oh, in his beard. I only had one piece of veal. I feel spoiled. This is definitely something you can't make or eat all the time because then it's not special anymore. Also, excuse me, little belch of approval for the chef. Thank you. Oh, Samo. Holy. This is my pace now. Nice one.
Woo!
That's how I know it's good.
That was so good. Woo-wee!
Yeah, we had some issues keeping the pasta moist, but we figured it out. I was gonna say, shall we finish off our awesome stream? Because I know Vyun would so appreciate this. Whoa, I even have to twist this off. I was literally just trying to like twist it and open it. Yeah, once again, another type of baby animal that has proven it is delicious. We don't often cook baby animals, but when we do, we treat them with respect and cook with love.
So 3 people at work, this is their all-time favorite cake. So
I don't know if I
it's
did okay though. I'm really worried
looking
about
really
this.
good.
Really?
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay. Because I'm terrified of how this turned out. Also, can I give you this? My hands are too sweaty.
Why? Because my mom's watching?
No, she went away.
Okay.
She helped me through the cake and the cherries, and then she had to go. And I said, I got this. So this is our sponge cake. It's really firm on the top. This is how it literally is fully baked right now. So light and airy. And I am not even gonna touch this until tomorrow.
Let's try it.
Some fresh Kirschwasser cherry water with a bit of a kick. Spicy cherry water. Cheers, friends. Vyun, cheers to you. Thank you for requesting this amazing meal today. It is insane. I can't wait to like sit down after this and just finish the rest of that. We are gonna finish our Black Forest cake tomorrow. We did the cherries, we baked the cake. Tomorrow we'll whip up the cream, decorate it, and then let it sit in the fridge until the end of stream. Let's try this. And Rondanana64, thank you for the follow. Cheers. Happy Friday.
Doesn't even
Whoa.
no shiver, no burn, no nothing. That's just good.
It's too perfect.
Yeah, I'll give Brian a little as well.
And I will say, I feel very warmed inside right now. There's more shots. Glasses. Mmm. Vyun. It's like so perfectly cherry flavored. And like it finishes a bit sweet instead of like the alcohol burn. But now I just like feel it. It's just like warm.
Do you need this open then?
What?
Do you need this open?
No.
Oh, okay.
We're just trying it at the end of the stream because we did it.
Oh.
We did it. And so this kirsch is actually made in Canada. In New Brunswick. And then if we see here, it actually won Canadian Artisan Spirit Competition in 2020. I won silver. Really, really delicious. Ew, vodka that's warm? Please, Lauren. That's not even a thing. And Mobley Mike, thank you for the follow. Hi, old style. Okay. Vune has also popped in some channel points saying we should go raid Joyce Rainbow Art, and I would love to. She is an art streamer. She's also somebody who we have commissioned to do, I could say, a bunch of emote work for us. All of the like really artsy emotes are from Joyce, and the rest of like the Kate version ones are not Joyce. But yeah, all of the really beautiful emotes, that's all Joyce's work. Does amazing stuff, and they appreciate food there, so it's always fun to go visit. They even have like a food section in the Discord where you can go post. And also she's subbed to the channel, so there's that too. Lauren says drink. Sammy never filled it up. Dust. Thank you for the $6 donation. Oh, Annie is very impressed. We evened that out. $700 out of 3,000. Thank you, Dust. And you have me right now. I'm shook. I'm typing in dash raid twice right now. Not needed. Okay, I did it. Can you try something? Sure. Do you want to see if you can set up a raid? And Vune, did you say you're working on a community cookbook on Joyce's channel? Once you have enough recipes, you're putting a book together? Sweet. It worked. Nice. Thank you for your service, Vune. Look at you go. Okay. Oh no, it stopped. Oh, the delay is super short for you. Okay, so I'll set it up then. Just so I can do my regular talk and go. But he was just making sure that it works on his end. Sweet. Yeah, canceled. Don't you know anything about cancel culture? No. Okay, so it's only a 10-second that they give us, whereas I always get a minute to finish up with things. All right, so one more time. Hey, get your nose out of my saucepan. Doggo's like, hell yeah. Fune, this stream is for you. Thank you for watching the stream and accumulating those pots and pans points to get me to make this for you today. Veal is delicious, we can say. I hope this inspires other people to maybe try veal. Not all the time, but sometimes it's nice to try different stuff. Other than that, friendos, thank you for the awesome hype train today. Feeling very loved. It's good to be back cooking here. And we'll see you all tomorrow. We're doing some more vegetarian food going down tomorrow. I don't know who's planning these things out. But falafel bowl? Homemade falafels? I gotta soak the chickpeas still for tomorrow. It's gonna be delicious, as well as Black Forest cake decorating. So hope to see you all then. Same time as always, 11 a.m. Pacific is when we start. Take care, stay safe, and we will see you tomorrow. Let's go see how Joyce is doing. Okay, I'ma hit that button. Yeah, love y'all. Take care out there, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.